Okay, good morning, everyone. We realize that there is maybe a mix up on the time, but we beginning at 8 a.m., 1200 UTC, and we are going to push forward. So let me just go through the schedule, and we've had an exciting couple of days. So this morning we have the discussion around yesterday's presentations, the focus on Africa between now and 9:30, with a short break coming afterwards. And then we will have another session around yesterday's topics, to focus on the US. And the purpose of the discussion is really to go back to some of the key issues that came up yesterday. And then finally, we have a panel session related to traditional versus social media. And we'll have 4 panelists there. We have lunch, and we have one final discussion. And this one is really about the next steps. Like, we need to build capacity. How do we increase partnership and collaboration? How do we do international collaboration? And we have some new centers that just developed more recently. And so there'll be some discussion about that. And then we'll close with some remarks from the dean. It'll probably be hybrid. But the end of yesterday, which many of you probably weren't around for because it was so late, the end is where we must begin. So the last talk yesterday was about by Bill Parker, who's flying back this morning. It was about the approach he takes with extreme weather. And he showed this picture at the end, which basically showed all the people who died or were injured from a tornado. And what he does is go back and he talks and tries to understand what happened to each family. Sometimes in the process of what we're doing, we miss what the end point is. We think the end point is around improving the forecast. We look at statistics, whether those are social science or physical science. We're looking at statistics, but we're not really thinking about the people and what the net effect is on the families of those who've been lost. So we need to keep that in mind as we discuss this goal of protecting the public. So in our first discussion, it follows up from folks who were on yesterday. Andre, Bernardino, Olamide, and there are some topics that we want to bring up, kind of come back to from yesterday. And I want to bring those up. It's free flowing, so we need your input. So let's talk about infrastructure first. One thing that we heard from most folks is that they don't have the infrastructure. Now I'm talking physical infrastructure first. So when you're looking at the different hazards, what surface observations are you lacking? And then from a frequency perspective, when you're dealing with extremes, what observations do you need and the timing of those? And I wanted to ask if any of the folks had ground-based radars. So any of you that are on, let's get your points of view. I don't know where my Zoom window went. Is this connected? Did we just?
Yes, we're connected.
Okay. So how about
Andre raised his hand.
use controller?
Yeah, I think you can unmute yourself.
Andre, you can
Yes.
unmute. Andre should be.
Yes, I think Andre and Bernardino can both unmute yourselves.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can we see?
Mhm.
Because his video is off and it only shows videos.
Oh, okay. Andre, good morning. Good afternoon in Niger.
Yeah. Good. Uh-huh. Yeah. So you ask two questions. One is related to infrastructure, but you mentioned only what observation is lacking to actually detect, monitor, and predict extremes. Is that right?
Yeah, I want to know about the infrastructure part first. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So on the infrastructure part, we can talk about yes, the observing network, but also the data exchange and data processing systems.
Okay.
Yeah. So on the observing network, for extreme weather in particular, the need in Africa today is really a radar. And on that side, we have basically three types: C-band, X-band, and S-band radars. The S-band one is well known being very expensive, but have a larger coverage. The X-band one is really to address extreme weather, let's say at the city level. Now in between we have the C-band. Now this network of radar over Africa is let's say an idea that we have for, let's say, for many decades, at least having at least one radar per capital city or mega cities in Africa would be very much helpful to detect and monitor these systems. We have a program supported by the World Bank called Hydromet program, which is supporting some of these needs in some countries, but it is not yet enough, and it is not coordinated at the continental level. Secondly, on the data exchange and processing, there we have for data exchange now the WMO information system with a set of software that can be used to create or develop national information system centers. But this is still lacking in most of the African countries. So on one hand, for extreme weather, we need those radars. Secondly, we need to equip the countries with information data exchange systems through the WMO-WIS program. And on the processing system side also, we have some capacities in Africa, but which are not yet sufficiently used to address regional or continental level needs. At least in South Africa, we have a high performance computing system, mostly for research, and some others distributed in 3 or 4 countries across the continent. There, we may just need to coordinate the use of existing HPCs.
What radars are in? How many radars are in West Africa? How many radar systems exist at present, Andre?
Today, you know, today in West Africa is almost empty.
Yeah. So how do you provide real-time coverage if you don't have radars? A flood, for example.
Now the satellite is used as let's say as a first-hand system to do the detection of those extreme weather events.
Okay, let's see. But Bernardino, can you chime in here? And or Olumide, this is now a conversation.
So somebody put really comments in the chat.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. So as I has said, in West Africa, the radar network there's none as we are speaking. Nigeria used to have a radar, a Doppler radar, but it has stopped functioning, and then they have not put in another one. So what we use is satellite imageries, IMESAT, to detect those storms, and then we'll communicate it to the users. But I think is the interpretation of this information to the users is what is paramount now, because as we're able to detect all these storms, we communicate, but there's still, it seems no action is being done to prevent these disasters from happening. They will tell the people that you should relocate, you should leave this place. Some people will still insist on staying, that they don't have other places to go. And when the flood comes, it usually have a devastating effect on the community. So the radar, the satellite imagery that we use, we're still able to communicate the information. And also the network of synoptic stations are still not enough for operational uses. So those are some of the challenges that we are having.
I have, Olumide, is this. If you don't have radar, there is no obvious way to tell in real time where the heaviest rain events are at. The satellite provides some idea, but we know that it's not precipitating everywhere underneath that cloud. So the radar provides like the way you can really identify, and even after, you can talk about how much rain fell, and that can be used for civil authorities to do rescue. So I guess I'm wondering back to you is,
we'll try as much as possible to take advantage of what we have. We don't have radar, and it does not mean we will not do what you're supposed to do. In as much as you can communicate when you see the storm coming, and when you see what's the impact it has done over certain area, and it's still building up, and you can see that on the satellite imagery, it gives you an idea of what you are expecting on the path of the storm. So we don't have radar, and we still have to do what we have to do.
Bernardino, talk to us about, we're talking about infrastructure and radar and surface obs, and we didn't say anything about soundings.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you are. Yeah, actually, oh, yeah, weather radars are critical when it comes to severe weather events, especially for nowcasting. So, they are the best resource. Satellite will not give you the information right on time. There are some delays. Mozambique is equipped with one weather radar, and we have been guaranteed two more. Of course, due to the dimension of the country, we still need, but weather radars are very expensive. So the challenge, it comes to how to handle this information, because it's a quite sensitive information, which is prone to contamination. So these are the things that we've been vocal, saying that, oh, yeah, we need them, but we need some kind of capacity building to better use the resource that we have. But also, I've been in Japan, where they shared a very good experience. So you may have a display of automatic weather stations. So they aid the monitoring of the evolution of the clouds. Or where it's raining, you can have even an estimation of the precipitation that is falling. So it's something that we want to try here in Mozambique. First, having this terminal where we can have a display, especially from operational side. So they have access to the weather, automatic weather station live. So to help on the daily work. So those are, I think, are the resources that are very critical. Of course, we have challenge with communications. So we have automatic weather station on the ground, few, not that much, but we have some. But we are failing to communicate between automatic weather station and our database. So it's something that under SOF is going to be tackled, given that SOF is more willing to sponsor data availability instead of the traditional way of just installing instrument and then all of a sudden none of the instrument is functioning. So yeah, these are the activities that we are engaged, but also something that it has been identified for Mozambique. I think this also is an experience that can be shared with among other African countries. And I agree with the previous, like the first speaker, I think from ACMA, like in terms of the need that he has been stating. Over.
Okay. Jerry, your hand is up.
Yes, actually the comments in the chat box remind me of something. The majority of airports should have at least some kind of weather radars, basically to use to avoid severe weathers, at least for the airlines. Are the med services in Africa able to access and use these radar observations? Or if there is some political factors playing in there? Just out of curiosity.
Do the airports have weather radar is the question first.
Yes.
Any of you guys have weather radars at your airports?
Weather radars are very expensive. So we don't have weather radar at airport. Yeah. They might be close to the airport, but they belong to Met. Because for some reason, most of the Met service also are attached to the airport, so to support aviation. Yeah, but they are more for weather monitoring instead of helping for aviation per se.
Rivo, you just came in, and so did Carlos, and we're asking about your infrastructure first. The infrastructure as it relates to what do you have on the ground in your country, and what for severe. Now we're talking extreme weather, and where are you falling short? Is there a question about the frequency? For example, Bernardino just says that, you know, you need to communicate the ground network measurements pretty much in real time, but you need some kind of way to do that. Is that the case in Madagascar?
Yes, good morning, good afternoon. Sorry, I was a bit late, personal issue. Yes, in terms of infrastructure in Madagascar, as I already mentioned yesterday, we have quite a very poor surface observation network. Actually, we do have up to 23 synoptic station, which is collecting weather observation every 3 hours. So this is not yet GBON compliant, because according to the WMO Global Basic Observing Network, which is the new new expectation, we are still far away from that perspective. So there is a common case. This is maybe not the case for Mozambique or other country in Africa, but mainly for French-speaking country. In the both side there is ASECNA. I don't know if you do know about ASECNA, the agency in charge of aviation, mostly over French-speaking country. So the same case here in Madagascar, there is ASECNA for aviation forecasting, and there is the National Met Service for the public and the over task related to public weather, severe weather forecasting, and warning service. So the case is that the 4 observing station, the four weather station is GBON compliant. Only 4, one in the northwest, one in the east of Madagascar, one is over the capital city in the central highlands, and the other one is over the extreme south of the country. So only those 4 station is operating 24 hour and collecting observation every hour. The rest of the weather observation, this is around 18 or 19 station, is operated by the National Met Service, and from that there is a huge lacks in terms of like, for example, a quantity, observed quantity. For example, there is some station where pressure, atmospheric pressure, is the only available parameters. There is no temperature observation. There is no, for example, no wind observation. This is just estimated by the weather observer. So I can say, just to wrap up, the synoptic observation network here in Madagascar is quite poor in terms of compliance, if I can say this. For radar, we do not have radar anymore. We do have it in the past, but we had up to 3 in the past. If I'm not mistaken, they have been provided through the JICA cooperation from Japanese, but since 1995 or 6, if I'm not mistaken, all the radar observation in Madagascar has stopped, and until now we were not able to replace them, because, like said by my colleagues from the Mozambique, weather radar is quite expensive, and if it is only from the Med Service perspective to try to purchase a new one, it is quite quite expensive. So until now, it's quite difficult to have it. So to fill the gap from this one, so mostly we rely on satellite product. Like for example, here hopefully we do have quite a good coverage from the EUMETSAT Meteosat 8, which is located over the Mozambique channel. So hopefully, maybe until the next 2 years, the satellite Meteosat 8 should be operational until the next couple of years. So for that, in terms of monitoring of heavy rain, especially during an extreme event, we mostly utilizing the satellite application facility from the EUMETSAT product. Yeah, that is from our side. Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's just quickly go to Carlos in Cabo Verde, and yeah, we'll ask him about their infrastructure capabilities. Carlos, are you here? I saw you come in maybe. Carlos, Monish. Maybe he's having trouble like yesterday. One last person. Riyadh, you're in Senegal. Do you know about their observational infrastructure, stations, et cetera, et cetera?
Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you again. Yes, here in Senegal, what I know is that all the radars or observation are made by ANASIM, by the Ministry of Transportation of area of plane. So I don't have access to these radars, me personally. That's what I can say of that. If I use some radars, I use the radars I find in the internet and some applications.
But where do they have radars at? Do you know?
They have radars at the airport, at the ancient airport, who is in Dakar, at the capital. And they have some radars now at a new airport, who is in the region of Thiès, so just 70 kilometers from the capital.
But they don't. But those are not available. They're not shown to public. They're more behind.
No, they are not shown. No, they are not shown to public. And what I know now is that from 1 year and a half, the ancient president have created the Agency of Space, and it is managed by Mr. Maram Kare, who is an astronomer, astrophysician, and that Senegal would launch a new his first satellite in a few months. And in this satellite, they have they spoke about putting some some software about atmospheric images to help the weather forecaster in Senegal. And I hope that I would have personally access on that.
All right, this is on the screen now. We see the radar network, which is horrible. I won't need to lie. For the number of people we have in Africa and the fast growing populations around cities, you have no way to monitor extreme events. Satellite, the systems evolve very fast with the extremes. So maybe you can have very heavy rainfall in just 30 minutes.
Yes.
That kind cause people to become displaced or die.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah, satellite won't help you. Every 15-minute snapshot, it gives you an idea, but it doesn't tell us how the system is evolving. Now, Hamga, I know there is that software that was used by, I can't remember the company, to show the evolution, but the evolution is different than watching the structure of the event. They're not the same. Can you comment on this page here, and what is the goal to increase radars in Africa?
Sorry for the question.
I was asking Andre Kamga, if he's still here, about, he said that there is a plan to put radars in like all of the cities, but I want to ask him, looking at what we're seeing, what is the plan for that? Is there an implementation plan? Can you hear me, Andre?
The World Bank some years back supported a study which led to hydromet modernization plan for different regions in Africa. For the Southwest Indian Ocean part of the continent, this plan has evolved and become a program funded by the Green Climate Fund, GCF, and the European Union Development Fund, as well as some bilateral development funds like France. So this has, in this program, there is a component on improving the observing infrastructure with a set of radar to actually support detection and monitoring of Southwest Indian Ocean cyclones in particular. So in the other regional economic communities, other regions of Africa, there have been studies and meetings to prepare this hydromet program, but its formulation of financing is still not yet there. So that is the, let's say, the situation in terms of how do we evolve towards having at least some networks of radars across the continent to effectively be able to make alerts for heavy rain and floods in particular.
But in the meantime, if you have 23 million people in Lagos, 5 million in Dakar, I don't know how many millions in Niger, there's no obvious way right now to provide the severity of events outside of satellite. And it would seem that this has to be a race, not a slow process. Is this your opinion?
Now, on the existing capacity to actually detect and forecast extremes, we are, for the Continental Multi-Hazard Advisory Center, we have some diagnostics based on the, let's say, synoptic features that are known to be often connected with extreme weather, for example, extreme precipitation. So we use those diagnostics from the set of 5 to 6 models I mentioned yesterday to actually provide outlooks and advisories several days ahead on the likelihood to get extreme precipitation. But it is, of course, not high resolution information that is needed to address the at the city scale, but at least it provides a guidance several days ahead of what can happen. Now,
But
the next step is to be able at very short range, a few
Right.
hours to few minutes, have these radars at least in the big cities to effectively monitor and support. So actually, as I mentioned yesterday, there are two key priorities on early warning for all for Africa. One is having this radar network. The other is more of putting operational interfaces between the meteorological services providers and the disaster management agencies.
Okay. Those forecasters that are online that are part of this discussion, you need this radar data to make decisions in a very short time for warning. Is this correct? Because I think this is what anyone would say in the US. Carlos, did you come on yet? I think we haven't been able to reach Carlos.
No. I was having connecting issues, especially with audio yesterday.
Lauren, you have a comment, question?
I found the button there. Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, many comments, questions, concerns. You know, back to what Ademi had back in his comment, free flow of data is a major part of the problem. If you have infrastructure but you don't have free flow of data, it's not meeting the needs. And there are a lot of obstacles to that, as well as opportunities, hopefully. A few things, let's see, I had a lot of notes here. Okay, yeah, I guess partly one of the things that, well, a couple of things that come to mind in particular with the free flow of data, especially for radars, is looking globally at that one map from WMO and other ones. I think there's one major opportunity that was alluded to already in terms of Mozambique, that the areas that are subject to tropical cyclones are particularly, in some sense, low-hanging fruit of the greater benefit of radars. And if you look at, for example, the maritime continent, Indonesia, very good radar coverage in spite of still being mainly developing countries in the area, and same thing for India. Whereas the southwestern Indian Ocean is still much more vulnerable and still far behind on the needs there. So that's obviously an area there in southeastern Africa that is a place that is a great need for radar and probably a greater cost to benefit ratio that's beneficial there. The other parts, of course, we know that there's a lot of potential concerns across much of the middle part of the continent, from the Sahel through the tropical equatorial areas. But again, coming back to being able to share that data, and we have a good long record of WMO really encouraging sharing of climatological data and sounding data between countries, but I don't think they have taken quite as proactive of a role in radar data as I think they need to, especially at this stage of development. And so that's probably a thing that needs larger leadership from them, as well as buy-in from the AU and others that can promote it on the African continent. Anybody want to comment on those particular right now? Or?
Well, Lauren, the real issue is that you don't have any radars. Forget data. If you don't even have radars there, data doesn't even matter to me. And because it's like they have to protect populations, right? In real time.
Well, there are some radars that the data is not being shared. Those ones that exist in Southern Africa, if you go, for example, to public site like windy.com, none of those show up, in spite of pretty much every other country showing up across the world. So to be able to share it with publicly through public apps and so forth, there's a gap there. Trying to make that available. There are radars shown there in Kenya. There are radars, some that are not shown on there around Lake Victoria, and we're working to get more, but the data is not available.
Well, that's an issue that definitely has to be dealt with, because Riyadh said that he doesn't have access to any data.
Right.
So there's a
and aviation is, of course, a major place that should be benefiting from this, and is lacking. Of course, they're lacking from soundings as well.
Yeah. So let's talk about another important topic, which is human resource. So we heard, Olamide, you have a comment? Human resource was super critical. The thing that we were hearing yesterday was I can only say as horrific as this radar
Exactly.
screen. When I think it was Revo says it's 3 forecasters, I don't know how you can maintain, public safety like that, just because only wear on people so much.
And I think what the other key thing that came up yesterday with that is, if you don't have a salary that is appropriate for a professional of the positions, there is no way to recruit people to want those jobs.
Revo, can some of you guys talk about this resource issue in terms of?
Yes, yesterday I say that we unfortunately we do have only 3 operational forecaster. Normally, yes, for the daily routines, we are in charge of public forecasting, which is the routine daily shift. There is also a responsibility to provide marine forecasting for safety of mariners. We do have a large coastal area, so most of the coast of Madagascar are relying from the sea, from the marine resources, so for fishermen mainly. And here in Madagascar, the boat used by those mariners is most of them are using always the traditional boat, which is how can I say it, like the really traditional boat. And then for that, we provide coastal water forecast for them, and they those kind of forecast is regularly broadcasted over the national radio in the morning and late in the evening. And in the third part of our job is really for during the tropical cyclone season. So this is really for high impact weathers and tropical cyclone forecasting. Normally, we need up to nine operational forecaster, because in normal situation we should have like we divide the desk to 3. There is for public, there is marine, and another one is for extreme weather watch. So actually we do have only 3. So we expect, I don't know when we are going to have it, but we cross the finger. This is a challenge. The main problem is that the Met service in Madagascar is a pure public. It is under the government authority. So if you want to hire people, if you want to get recruiting, like for example, new people to get to have more staff for mainly for operational duties. This is not under our control. It's depend really on the budget. So I don't know how we can deal with this, because this is really something which is out of our control. That is one thing. So now, even now, we our chief forecaster is getting retired. We don't know if we will have another recruitment over the next couple of years, but actually we do have only 3. We need more. We need 6 more. That is the situation here in Madagascar. So if we were able to run like to have like a 9 up to 9 operational forecaster, I think we should able to operate the shift as like a 24-hour. And as a consequence of this lack of number of staff, we, as I mentioned yesterday, we are not operating 24-hour, only for day shift. We close the office at let's say at 5 p.m. every day, but we try to activate the watch if extreme event, like for example tropical cyclone, is threatening any part of the country. But this is not for every day, only few days from the really from the critical period of the event. Yes, that is from my side, actually. Thank you.
Okay, you just said something super important. I know in Cape Verde, they close at about 4 or 5. Is this the same in Nigeria? Is this the same in Mozambique? Is this the same in Niger, Andre? And if something happens at nighttime, what do you do?
In Nigeria, we run 24 hours. We have we run 24 hours. We have 4 major airports that we have meteorologists there. Meteorologists are always there 24/7. They're running shift. And at our headquarters in Federal Capital, we have the public weather forecast office that we call Central Forecast Office, and it's also run 24 hours. And then within the like 300 meteorologists that we have, we spread them across all these airport stations, and they are constantly there working. They are seen with the observers that are working in our synoptic stations. We have about 50 synoptic stations. We have automatic stations too. And then we collect information from them, and these are used by the meteorologist. And then we issue our forecast. We have 24 hours forecast. We have 48 hours and 72 hours. So if there's any events that is going to be an extreme event, we will have communicated to the users, to all the radio and television stations, to send information to the populace. And if there's any changes in the forecast, we'll issue alerts to inform the public that these are going to be the changes that is going to occur. So that's the way we run it. And then, though the meteorologists are not enough, because in a shift we have like 3 or 4 meteorologists, and the shift is morning and afternoon and night, 6 hours. So the shift, the people that are like in morning shift, they close like 1 o'clock. Other people will resume 1 o'clock till 7 o'clock, and the night will run between 7 o'clock in the evening till 7 o'clock in the morning. So in a station, you should have like about maybe 15 or 20 meteorologists in a station. So they run shift like that so that we can keep that 24-hour service up, to be able to happen.
Andre, Bernardino, or Carlos, what's the story at your station? Not necessarily Andre. Do you know the situation at the Met Service in Niger, in Niamey? Do they work?
Yeah, during the rainy season, yeah, it's there running 24 hours in connection with the airport where you have a weather watch center operating. Now at AccuWeather at continental level, we have 2 bulletins per week, one on Friday and another one on Thursday, giving outlook of the next 5 days. So this is considered as a guidance then to national level forecasters to identify those days during which over their countries they may expect severe weather.
Bernardino, what is the situation in Mozambique?
Yeah, so in Mozambique, we work 24 hours at the airport. And at the headquarters, it's just a day shift. So if there's a extreme event or extreme event strike, those at the airport are tasked to take care of that. Yeah. So that is basically, yeah.
Always have the airport shift running. I realize that, but my question about airport shift is, do they also warn the public when there's an extreme event? Do they send out a warning to the public if there's something happening at night?
Yes, they are tasked to do so. So because of a staff limitation, it's hard to have shift into parallel places. So that is the way that it has been designed. So they should warn the public when something happened during the night.
In Nigeria,
Yes.
the meteorologists at the airport are basically for the aviation operations. Right. Yeah. So the public weather service that we have at the headquarters takes care of public weather information. So they are the one that will issue alerts for public. But the meteorologists at the airports, they are the one to take care of aviation operations.
Vivo, does the airport meteorologist warn the public for extreme events?
No, it is the same as in Nigeria. The aviation forecasting is really everything apart. This is under the responsibility of ASECNA. So we are not in charge of aviation forecasting. We are only for the national, the public forecasting extreme weather event. So it is the responsibility of the National Met Service to issue warning in case of high impact weather is expected. This is really two things different apart. There is aviation. They are only working for aviation, and the other one is for the National Met Service.
And if it's a nighttime event that's flooding, who warns the public?
Unfortunately, there is nothing during the night.
Yeah.
It's not easy, eh?
Yeah. That's super dangerous.
So for
But in
instance,
Nigeria,
in Mozambique, every day there's a contact with the radio, the national radio station, where they broadcast the public weather forecast early in the morning. So it's 6:30 local time. So that's their task. Although they are at the airport, so they do it every day.
Okay. I think we just had something in the chat saying, do government med services have relationship with universities to train young forecasters? I feel like, is that true or is it WMO? How do you train
yes,
your...
in Nigeria, yeah. There's collaboration with universities to train forecasters in Nigeria. We have WMO regional training in Federal University of Technology, Akure, Ondo State in Nigeria, where forecasters are trained. That was where I was trained. And most of us, that was where we were trained. And even before you go to the university, you will have received training from the meteorology, the WMO regional center that is in the agency. Then you can now go to Federal University of Technology for your training. That's where you obtain your first degree. You can do your first degree, second degree, and third degree there, sponsored by the agency.
Is this true in what happens in Mozambique or Madagascar or Cape Verde? What do you work with universities or no? For training?
In Mozambique, we do work with university. So meteorologists are trained in the country at university. I myself have been trained in Mozambique, and the course has been established in collaboration with WMO. Now we are working on establishing a master's degree on climate service and applications of meteorology. Again, in partnership with WMO and University of Reading. So we have a strong collaboration with university.
I had a quick question for high schoolers. Are you also working with local high schools and or not necessarily middle schools, but that was one intriguing thing I saw that this summer HRD had a high schooler in the room. Are you guys incorporating them as well?
For us, it is challenging, but the doors are open. So we time and time receive school kids and we show them our weather stations, and we give some information on the importance of meteorology. So they do it, it's open to every school, either private or public, but we are not going because of the limitation to do so. We have a limitation with staff, but also funding. So we unfortunately, we are not capable of going to school, but they come to us. It's open.
There's a question about infrastructure that I want to return to. You're all
on the people there and training. I think there may be some crossover here with what Riyadh is doing in terms of opportunities to bring in volunteer observers and training them and using social networks to do that, like he's been somewhat doing in Senegal. So, you know, using these large access in many countries to cellular networks, if you can train people to do observations, whether it's video or basic description of rain events and so forth, like we have with the CocoRoz network here in the US, that can leverage a lot of opportunities, and that can be 24/7, for example, as well, around the clock, depending on the interest and the severity of the conditions. And if we can have more opportunities to train those people across multiple countries, I think that there could be a lot done there. Maybe Riyadh has some ideas in terms of what he's seen work in Senegal.
There's resistance to him. My question is, they have to be open to that. And I think this is well, Riyadh, you can speak what you think, but it's a great idea because we need more observations and more observers, but are they open to it?
Actually, a footnote to that, there have been a lot of programs by UCAR or WMO in terms of volunteer observers for climate, but the same thing for the severe current weather, I don't think gets the same emphasis, and so there is a prototype there in terms of climate observations, but we need to leverage it for current weather possibly.
Hello again. I think that this is a very good idea today. If we see in the social medias, for example, in my group, because my group today is followed by many people in Senegal, and they are looking for the changes of climate in the minutes or hours to come, even at night. So also they are reporting inside the publications. They are commenting what they are living at night. So everybody today is looking about the weather, because in Senegal we have many activities, and it is a poor country. So many activities in agriculture, many activities in fishing, and many activities also for industry. Some industries don't have where to store their materials. They store outside. So for 1 night or 2 nights before putting them in a store. So if they can be aware of something happening in a few hours, they can take they can save some materials. So this is very important today, that everybody in Senegal could have access to climate change in minutes or hours to come. This is very important. If we see some damages who are coming in Senegal, for example, 2 years ago, people died inside the street in Dakar because a big thunderstorm came and flood has come. One truck was blocked under a bridge. One truck was blocked under a bridge, and the guy inside died. So because it was traffic jam at the moment, and no alert came about flooding. So this is very important. I think that people could have access and could have also could be connected also to the weather alerts.
Structure piece is really important, but the governments have to be open to that. But there's a question about forecast. So all you guys forecast based on models. Now, you know the models is based on the initial conditions, right? And we're using data assimilation, but the GTS network in Africa, the Upper Air Station network has collapsed. And there have to be an effort to get this back in place, because not only are you looking at severe weather and using this for forecast, but we need the long-term records for climate change, which is happening. So I'm wondering, from your perspective, do you ever worry about the fact that your initial conditions are poor in Africa when you're looking at all the models? Data assimilation is helping, but do you think about that in the forecast office? Revo or Bernardino or Olamide. You don't have sounding stations.
Not in Mozambique.
Say it again.
We don't have in Mozambique. Not that I know. Yeah, I know in South Africa they do have, but in Mozambique, as INAM, we don't own none of them.
So
we don't have in Nigeria too.
I mean, it's crazy.
We don't.
You can have 200 million people and no sounding station in a country. That's incredibly wild to think about. That's
no,
like
we have sounding stations. But we don't run it every time because of the products are very expensive. So maybe like once in a day or maybe once in a week. It's not constant. It's just once in a while.
Okay.
That we do those soundings.
Those soundings are super important for severe weather outbreaks, right?
Right, right.
You're like, but under SOF, they will sponsor 4 because they will cover the country. But so far, we are not doing. It's very expensive.
The sounding costs have come down tremendously, and there's new technology, right? Where you don't need to buy a $100,000 station. It's really shifted. And I don't know why this has not gone over to Africa yet. And on the other side of it, I feel like, me speaking outright, that the way people approach Africa is not the same way they approach the United States or any other place. So people feel okay to say the sounding network is okay. Satellites will bring in data assimilation. But that is never, you can never ever use that argument in the United States. Nor can you say we don't have radars, we use satellites. These arguments can never be used in the United States, and I'm sure they can't be used in Europe either. But for Africa, it seems like it's okay to say that. I just want to know your response to that, or to have 3 forecasters or 300 for a country of 200 million. Do you think that this is inequity at root cause, at the base? I don't hear no response. Maybe you can't respond. But then what do you have to say? It's because this people's lives.
It's just unfortunate that this it's just unfortunate that this situation is like that in Africa. But since all these essential facilities are not available, we tend to fall into using what we can get on internet to supplement all this information that radar will provide. We still have to do our work, and I cannot provide those things myself. We rely on the government to do that. But when they are not doing that, and we still need to do our work and do the forecast, so we tend to use like the Puma that we have. We can access a lot of information from that. We can see sounding, even results of sounding from the Puma. So we tend to use that for our work.
Yeah, so I think that's the reason why data sharing is being problematic in most of the African countries. Because according to the law, we are supposed to sell our data as part of cost recovery. So what the government is providing us or as annual budget is really not covering our expenses. So sounding is even more challenging because you use it one time. So yeah. So we really hope in Mozambique that with SOF, we'll be able to populate again and see how it works. So yeah, that's our hope, because we have no commitment from the government to provide us sounding stations.
Andre, can you put pressure to increase sounding stations, radars, surface obs? Andre, can you do that? Or what's your suggestion on how do we do that? There has to be more pressure on this point.
Yeah, yes, someone talked about the systematic observation financing facility. It is a fund that is now trying to raise the number of observing stations across Africa, at least synoptic stations and upper air observations. And that is let's say the first step in the process to at least get what can support the global monitoring and forecasting effectively. But now the issue of going better to address the needs at the national or local level would require a lot of private involvement. And knowing how the constraints in the government budget are given as explanations of the situation, we support the public-private partnership that are now being, let's say, modeled around to support this exercise and work as much as possible with within that framework. But it is quite a challenge because I remember even with the African Monsoon Multidisciplinary Analysis Project, in some countries we multiply by 4 the frequency of upper air observations during the field campaign. But after that, it wasn't quite easy to keep at least that level of operations.
Andre, you have many companies now going into Africa to do observations and provide forecasting services. They're inside now. Their situation is proprietary. They may have a negative impact on government side. Do you know about this happening? Do you know about that? Because I had a company contact me saying they want to set up a sounding station in Cape Verde, and I don't know what happened. I felt like they have to work through the government to do that. But there are a lot of private companies that are looking at Africa as a way to make resource, to make money, profit.
Yeah, the let's say technology evolution. It is taking a lot of time to actually go into public services, but the private sector is at the forefront. So we're having that challenge, and it is you would see that one of the brain drain in Africa of meteorological personnel is actually the private sector. So the problem is really to restructure the public services for them to go through quick reform, to have the institutional agility and flexibility that is required to change organogram every 4 years. That is running a public sector like a public organization. Some countries have understood that, but many more are still lagging behind. So if we are to solve the problem holistically and continent-wide, it would require the transformation of meteorological services in a way that they run like private companies. That is having a strategic plan there. After 4 years, revising the strategy, if that implies a review of the organogram of the organizational structure, do it. Set of marketing departments, things like that, which are very much lacking today. And so the talented staff that Met Services usually train, bring them back in the country, are often are attracted by the private sector due to those weaknesses in the environment under which they operate. I submit.
Ademi, you had the comment?
Yeah, the issue you raised is actually complicated. It's not like I have this problem and I have this bullet as a solution. It's much more complicated. raised the inequality issue, right? That's where things start from, inequality. In many ways, you can take a look. And you also mentioned companies interesting to go to Africa, invest. But the problem is experience, particularly for those African governments, experience shows that these companies come, do something, get profit or maybe low profit, and then they will leave. When they leave, there is no follow-up. And they blame usually the government, policy, this thing, that thing, all that is, in most cases, bullshit. But that's the situations that we are in. The main question, by the way, I use that map in my undergraduate class all the time, and it makes me sad all the time because it never changes. There is no improvement. In fact, it's going down. There used to be one apparent observation in Addis. It doesn't work all the time. Maybe half of the year it doesn't work at all. So this is the situation. So the question for us to think about is to think about resources. Andre mentioned AMA, for example. AMA was like a couple of weeks observation, and then after observation, that's it. That's done. Niger has no capacity to, to pick up from there, or other neighboring African countries. Even we heard from Nigeria. Nigeria is a powerhouse in Africa. Even in Nigeria, the problem that you are, it's not a shortage of manpower, I think. Even brain drain is not really a problem. There is also brain gain if conditions change. We all are like kind of brain drains, right? So I have Nigerian students, actually, we have in our program. So these talented people can be used. But the problem is it comes down to resources. And are we in a position to, let's say, bring projects together and share with those resources with African meteorological services so that we see some kind of continuity. It's not also fair to say, okay, bring everything from outside and give it to that's not also fair to say like that. But there must be a way, like win-win, between resources that we can bring from the West, or I don't know, somehow, like the Europeans, they made a lot of observations, campaigns, but immediately the next day after the campaign, there is nothing. So is there a way to continue this type of, I don't mean continue campaigns, but countries take over? Mostly it's just a resource issue. We had a couple of radars in Addis. There is a problem with the civil aviation, meteorological service, government policy. There are so many things. Somebody from the Cape Verde, I think it's Bernardino, he mentioned also cost recovery. That's right. Governments are very small money allocated for Met services. Met services want some money also to run their own operational staff. So they charge or they hold records. There is a reason behind it. I know this because I have been there. But again, if there are resources, it's a question of resources. Or if we suggest something really good in collaboration with WMO, FAO, World Bank, and all those huge institutions, which are actually in Africa doing nothing in most cases. So if we put things together like this, then that will help Africa. But if we keep asking them, what do you do this? What can this is? It's like this is the kind of forum that I have experienced actually 20 years ago. So things don't change, and it's complicated. And I think, yeah. Sorry, Rabbi.
We have a question, and what's your question?
My question, I feel like for resources and like students of universities in the US, and we're saying we have students inside of Africa, if we collaborate between the two, are there going to be places to stay for students to stay in the US? Will these same universities house these students in the US? And then when the African universities, will they house these students? Because as a graduate student, I know a ton of students who actually don't mind coming to work and setting up internships and doing, 2-3 months working on a project, because a lot of the stuff that we're discussing can't be online. Zoom is not going to be able to work when you're discussing meteorological topics. So I feel like if we have students who are willing to move and who take up these opportunities just to learn, to explore, to learn a new language, learn a new community, that already, we're already hitting the bar of that kind of, like you just mentioned, okay, make sure that everybody's gonna essentially either eat or grow and learn. We already have that learning environment working together. But it does go back to resources to ensure the safety of both students that we're sending over. If we have partnerships within the United States, okay, we send them to Penn State, we take 5 kids and we send them to Penn State from African universities, and then you take, let's say, 5 American students and you send them to Nigeria, for example. Where are these kids staying? I feel like the next question is money of, are they safe, or is that?
That's what we need. That's why we have a partnership session coming up, because in the afternoon, we're talking about how do we do that. It has to be partnerships between our institutions and their institutions, if they exist, and we have to do the resource component, as you said.
I don't mind coming. That sounds fun to me.
Andre, before you answer this question, the last thing I said is language. We have a language session yesterday in the afternoon for US. But in your countries, you have many languages. And the question is, how do you communicate with those different languages when you have extreme event? Revo or?
Yeah. Yeah, for the case of Madagascar, we as in national languages, we do have our local languages, which is Malagasy, and the other one is the French. So we have a French-speaking country. That is why maybe my English is not very good as well. In terms of early warning system, we are establishing like a bulletin for both languages, is the national languages, but in the same time we have up to, let's say that up to 20 dialect is really a local languages. But the good things is that we are understanding each other. If I'm, for example, if I'm speaking like from the highlands, if you are moving to the south of Madagascar, the languages is changing quite a little bit. But in overall, I can say that if we issue warning in national languages, mainly in Malagasy, normally in overall, all the community at risk do understand the information behind the warning. But I'm not sure, especially those people who is living really in the remote area, like in a village. Even we are wondering if we are able to reach them in time to send the alert, because actually we use traditional mean of dissemination to broadcast the warning or the bulletin, radio, the TV, newspaper. But as you know, the national cover of radio is not let's say is not 100% over the country. So in terms of plan, through the National Action Plan of the E4All, which has been launched last year in September, this is an issue that we have to deal with, the Pillar 4. Pillar 4 is really dealing with the communication, how to reach the last mile. So at this time, I don't have statistics about how many people in if we, for example, issue warning for the eastern part of Madagascar, we don't have exact statistic, exact number of how many people received the alert on time, or how they received the alert. But in overall, I can say that when we are issuing the warning in local languages, which is Malagasy, normally the people do understand the content or the information through the communication.
Mozambique, Bernardino, how many languages and how do you communicate?
Yeah, we have more than 20 languages. So it's really challenging to use local language to inform about severe weather events or issue our alerts. So what we are doing is to use Portuguese, which is the official language. Yeah. So I mentioned yesterday that there are community radios where possible, or their project, we train them on how to interpret the language and how to use it. And then, as always, when they get our warning, they issue in their local language. That is the best we can do so far. It's really difficult to embark in a general using local language. Yeah. So the shape of the country is not helpful because we have more contact east to west, but Mozambique is more north south country. So we are not sharing much when you go like from the south to the north, but we relate to people in the neighboring countries. So yeah, that's our challenge.
When Tropical Cyclone Freddy came into Mozambique, were you communicating to across different language?
Yes. So we have a technical council that meets as soon as we know that the tropical cyclone may pose threat to Mozambique citizens, and then the team is dispatched to the ground. So in the team, there are people that can speak local language. So they are the bridge between science and the local communities. That's the trick. It's a bit challenging, but it seems to be working. But also we have local committee for disaster risk management. So those committees are trained and they are provided some kits with the basic item for their work, and they're equipped with radios. So they get information. In these committees, there are also community leaders and people linked to religious leaders or school teachers. So those can easily speak in Latin language. So they have direct information, yeah, through the National Institute for Disaster Risk Management.
We're gonna end up soon, but I want to get Riyadh and then Andre from a more regional perspective. Riyadh, in terms of Senegal, how do you communicate across the language? You have Wolof, Serer, and many others.
I have today more than 100 observers in which I am in contact with in a WhatsApp group. So when I give a focus or an alert of a thunderstorm coming by using the maps, satellite, and also my eyes, as I am passionate in my childhood, so many of them have the different language because they are in the 52 departments of Senegal. So they make the traduction and they forward it to the contact numbers in the villages. So that's how I am managing the all other languages. And some people in Facebook are asking me to translate by voice directly in Facebook the different languages. We have more than 4 local languages inside Senegal, and for the moment I promise that I will go to that. I know personally one of the 4 languages, but today, maybe next year I will do that. But today I trust in the observers, the 100 observers, to make the translation and to forward it to the people inside the villages.
Andre, from a perspective, what is ACMA doing to make sure that the forecasts are known across a large zone? Are you still here, Andre?
Yeah. The question is,
Questions about languages. You have many languages within a particular region. How do you disseminate, or how do we try to disseminate that better so that the local populations know what threats are coming?
so that's a problem that we do not address directly, because we deal with forecasters at national level, who usually will speak French, English, Arabic, or Portuguese. So it is something that is much more handled at the national level. But the different channels, communication channels we have today, are making it relatively possible now to communicate where you need. It looked like the major challenge is on the granularity of the information. It is considered not yet local enough to satisfy the need, and the lack of impact information in the forecasts that are given. So if we are to focus resources today, it would probably be better to develop impact-based forecasting and then high resolution information.
Okay, well, this session is gonna come to an end now, but I hope if you are still available at, that would be about 17 UTC. We're gonna talk about partnership. We're gonna talk about partnerships like within US, but we need to talk about partnerships within Africa, US-Africa connection. I think that's really important to take the steps forward, and really with respect to extreme weather events. That's really important. I think we can do something together, and also you, for example, Madagascar and Mozambique can be working closer. Maybe you're working close now, but even closer to help address some of the national needs at kind of this local level, at the regional level, sorry. So I want to thank all of you for being here. We know it's a lot of work ahead, and the pressure is falling on you, unfortunately. So you still have to take care of yourself, but the pressure is there. And whether it's on broadcast on TV or people don't know, we know that you're in the path of the storm yourselves. So we're gonna take a break, and we're gonna talk about some of the US issues next in terms of discussion. And later we'll talk about social media, and finally we'll talk about partnership. So thank you, and we'll join back in about 5 to 10 minutes, 5 minutes or so. Okay, everyone, we're back, and we have the discussion component coming up as it relates to the the United States. So trying to get this to move forward, where are we at? So we have this current discussion around the prediction and communication of extremes. So yesterday we had floods, we had severe weather, and we had tropical cyclones. And so now this discussion is linked to Yunji Zhang, who's in the room, Sean Reed from National Weather Service, and I think Chris Lancy is still here, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there are two components here around this. One is all around how do we do better prediction and communication. But I want to start out with the prediction side first and then come back to the communication side. So it seems like advances are being made if we talk about severe weather in terms of reduction in time. You see advances being made in tropical cyclone intensity, and you see some kind of advances being made in the river forecast. But I would like to know from each of you, from your perspective, where do you think that the biggest challenge is still at? So we could start with the severe first, hear from Yunji, then go to tropical, hear from Chris and Yunji, and then Sean about the river forecast. So where's our big challenge at? It's still sitting there.
Well, you started the topic on prediction, but the biggest challenge to me is on the communication side.
Okay.
Especially for severe weather. We have, in general, we actually already have a pretty good idea a few days in advance that where severe weather will be happening now. And on the day that it actually happens, the local forecasters will basically monitor the situation day and night restlessly until the event it died out. And throughout the entire process of a severe weather outbreak, they will be disseminating warnings and watches and emergency informations all the time. So eventually, these warnings and emergencies are actually quite accurate if you just evaluate them and compare them with what actually happens in real life, in real atmosphere, in real world. So the question eventually comes down to how we communicate them and how people react to them. There was a colloquium speaker, I think 2 years ago, coming to us from he's the director of the Oklahoma Climatological Survey, and I think he posed a very interesting idea and a question from his personal experiences, because we are basically on the opposite direction or the opposite situation compared with the people in Africa. They don't have enough information for the general public. And for us, we're probably having too many information. Like we have access to radar images on our hands from the smartphones.
Right.
And a lot of people now just take out their phone and looking at how the radar looks like, or even some of the simulations of precipitation from maybe AccuWeather or weather.com or Weather Channel, something like that. And they make their own judgment based on what they see instead of maybe sometimes listening to what the emergencies from the local National Weather Service offices that issues. And that is sometimes can be a huge problem and can have devastating outcomes. So I'm not sure if it is actually the prediction side in terms of weather, severe weather, or the communication side in terms of severe weather in the United States need us to pay more attention to. For me, it's probably the more on the communication side.
Sean or Chris, your thoughts about that?
Sure, I could weigh in there. So to me, it's I would agree that the communication is really a critical component there. And so as the Weather Service migrates from deterministic forecasting to more probabilistic, being able to explain that in a way for folks to make the most reasonable decisions
is really a challenge. And so we want to make sure that we're communicating the information correctly, but not getting too much into the weeds and to the science that we lose folks. So it's to me, it's, let me see if I can get my camera working here. There we go. So as an example, we want to tell folks, for storm surge as an example, that you could have 5 foot of water in your neighborhood. And that prediction is not a deterministic forecast. That is a forecast that's made by using an ensemble of storm surge models. And typically it's the 90th, the 10% exceedance, where 90% of the time you'll have smaller values, but 10% of the time you'll have higher. And so we don't tell the public, you need to get out because it's the 10th percent exceedance of the 1,000-member ensembles that are going to tell you that you're underwater. What we try to say instead, it's a reasonable worst case. And when you're dealing with life-threatening hazards like storm surge, you want to do the prudent action, and reasonable worst case could save your life. And so, but communicating that in a way that's not confusing is really tough. Moreover, the Weather Service, when Louis Uccellini retired, the last thing he did was change the mission statement of the National Weather Service. And so he added a phrase called impact-based decision support services. So that's a mantra within the Weather Service now, IDSS, impact-based decision support services. Basically, it's helping other agencies and the private sector and the public to make good decisions when severe weather is threatening there. So I would agree completely that as the predictions improve, and the realism from the models is just it's incredible what kind of details that can be provided there, that we kind of shift focus to more on the communication side, and shift from deterministic, which is always wrong. Every time we do a deterministic forecast, it's always wrong, to more of a probabilistic based. We look at a range of possibilities. And so to me, that's an important challenge. And when we're looking for folks coming out of universities, we don't want them just to be the best meteorologists, but to have other skills. And one of those could be communications, being able to talk to our partners and helping them make good decisions.
I would concur strongly that the probabilistic information is something that we are improving and working towards, because it is recognized, as Chris said, that that's going to be, a way for people to make their own decisions based on their own risk tolerance. But I think with that, the challenge is kind of a circular issue, because if you don't have good predictions, even the probabilistic information, it can be wrong. You can say, here's the range of possibilities, and then you have an extreme event. It's outside what you even said the possibilities were, and then you may lose trust with your audience. So I think the better we can do in the prediction, the more trust we're going to have. And then when we communicate the hazards to the public, then they're going to trust us more, and they're going to be more likely to take action. So I think the two go hand in hand, the prediction capability and the communication capability. The other thing I was thinking about with respect specifically to rivers, it's often many years in between the times when you have a devastating major flood on a major river, and the people in the communities, they don't remember the last time it happened. People have moved in, moved out, and so I think one of the critical things is just somehow maintaining that kind of memory of what could happen, and also what could happen in the future. And also with river forecasts, the infrastructure to handle the flooding is pretty critical. So we have partnerships, with the Corps of Engineers, for example, who manage levees and reservoirs, and making sure that we have the communication with those core partners, and also really understanding the details of what can these structures handle. There's a lot of uncertainty, not only in the river forecasts, but in, what's the strength of the levee. They need to be monitored if there's potential for failure. And again, these things don't happen very often. So it's something that even, I've been working here for 12 years, and I came right after Tropical Storm Lee came through this area, and there were some things that happened in that event that we haven't seen since, and I don't have personal experience with them. So it's going to be hard for me when something like that happens again, and we're going to need to communicate that information. So the rarity is another big challenge.
What keeps her up at night is a hurricane specialist. Now, the truth is, we're having these kinds of events even today if you're in Puerto Rico, but certainly over the last 10 days with Tropical Storm Debbie. And this is a multi-hazard type event, right? So my question to all three of you is how does the public absorb these multi-hazards? Tropical Storm Debbie's coming in, so it's going to be a wind and maybe even a surge threat initially. It's going to evolve into a flooding threat, embedded tornadoes threat. How do you get the public to handle all of that as they're trying to prepare for it in some way that it's on their mind, not just, oh, I gotta go to work and I gotta do this, because all those things are there. But this is not just a one-off event. It's a multi-day, multi-hazard event. Let's go with Chris. What's your thoughts about that?
Right. Well, that's critical, and the important thing is to localize the information, and so that people can make informed decisions about what to do for their well-being on this particular day. So, as a counterexample, we've had multiple people every year saying we want a new hurricane scale. We want the hurricane scale to be not just the Saffir-Simpson, but to have it cover the rain and the storm surge and the waves and the tornadoes, and we should have this that's all encompassing. And they miss the point, though, that is going to provide less information. What we want to do is drill down to the various hazards: freshwater flooding, saltwater flooding, tornadoes, wind hazards, waves. And so to be able to provide that information at a granular level down to the neighborhood level, so that folks can make decisions. And so that it's complex, and of course the forecasts change over time. Every 6 hours there's generally a new forecast. But it's really critical that folks don't try to oversimplify it by just coming out with a single number. Oh, it's a Category 4 hurricane. Well, what does that mean? What does that mean for my house where I live? What do I need to do with that information? Because a Category 4 hurricane is it's the maximum wind anywhere in a kind of 1 kilometer square area of the whole hurricane. That could be 1,000 square kilometers across. And so again, we try to localize the information, provide probabilistic information, and to focus on the different hazards that then can impact people's homes and their families.
John, you got some thoughts about that multi-hazard kind of event?
I'll just say the one big event that occurred not too long ago, which I remember had both the intense flooding and the tornadoes was the tropical storm or Ida remnants. What was that, 2021, I think, really impacted parts of New Jersey, New York severely. And I'll just have to say that I don't really work in the communication area as much as I do the modeling area. But what we discuss in the office is just exactly, what was just said by Chris, is that engaging the communities ahead of time, educational programs. One thing that I don't know if, and I'm sure Bill Parker would have had a lot more insights into this, but there's a national program. I don't know if you've talked about it much. This Storm Ready Communities Weather Service Program. There's a website for that. I can drop the link in the chat if you're interested, or if you don't have that information. And that describes a lot of the activities that the weather forecast offices do locally to engage the communities. And the other thing that I think is going to help us is and this was brought up by a number of speakers yesterday, I think, is just continued engagement with the social science community. I also have a link for the Nurture Nature Center that I was going to share. They're relatively local. They're in Easton, Pennsylvania, and they've done a number of projects over the years to try to understand how to better communicate flood risk. And they've got one website which I'll share, which they call Focus on Floods. They did a lot of user or engagement, community engagement in the Delaware River Basin about flooding that's happened there. And some of the things are just lack of understanding of what is the real cause. In that particular case, people were blaming the dam operators for causing flooding in their areas, but reality was the dam operators had no control. The flooding was so voluminous that they couldn't have prevented the flooding by any different way that they operated their dam. So just that understanding and education piece is just critical.
I think Chris brought up a very important point earlier that, and I think we are currently moving towards this direction, is the alerts that we can receive now should be changing from situational alerts to actionable alerts. So instead of just saying we have a tornado approaching, we need to say, well, it's already been saying that if there's a tornado emergency, like seek shelter now. We probably need more information in this in terms of any kind of hazards that is approaching towards the community. But also with the situation with hurricanes, it's probably very broad. It can affect a very large region. So in these situations like this, we probably, well, it's already been collaborating with local authorities, but they need to be more enhanced in terms of how each communities might be impacted differently. Of course, there will need to be a lot more efforts putting in that to maybe generate more localized, actionable emergency alerts towards when different things happen. But I think this is something we need to go eventually to basically more efficiently, at least as a fundamental of more efficiently communicating what the future might look like and what threatens that the specific people or users or communities might be facing.
So that leads right into a nice segment there about action. There, in my opinion, there are the three big dogs that are out there, which is in terms of severe weather, action. What do you do? It's fast, it's coming on you quick. To me, that's like the tornadoes, the flash flooding. Those things are impacting so many people, and people don't really know what to do in terms of action. It's okay to say, turn around, don't drown. But the fact is that the events are popping up in places rapidly. Like, it's not like per se, You're not looking at the radar. It happens in near real time. And you have to do an action. But sometimes that action, like you're on a highway and a whole bunch of people are going 70 miles an hour, and some flash flooding event comes up and everybody reacts at the same time. And the problem is like they don't actually know that there's something coming on them at the moment. They didn't look at SPC, they didn't look at the National Weather Service, they don't even get an alert that is maybe coming on their phone that this something is right on them at that moment. And my question is, how do you get people to, and I gotta say this, that I feel like the climate change is driving some of this. When you look at like, oh, the anomalous water vapor that might be available, that then manifests itself when you get a heavy thunderstorm or a training kind of situation, that maybe the public doesn't realize that like, oh, it's not just one thunderstorm, it's a bunch that's coming right behind each other and they're gonna flood out. My question is this actionable part. It's short term, very short term. It's the emergency issue with Ida that we knew that morning, afternoon, and National Weather Service put out an emergency kind of piece, but it was near real time that people got caught. And they were looking at their phones too, mainly looking at like weather.com app or something else. What do you have to say about this, these kinds of events, or tornadoes where lead time is really short? The actionable part. Sean, Yunji, I think Patrick just joined us.
I just think I think of one example, but I don't know what more can be done except the phone alerts in this particular example. But it's the snow squalls that occur in central Pennsylvania, and they get we send out phone alerts that people are on the highway, Interstate 80, and they get the alerts and they should get off the road temporarily, check the radar, but beyond, I mean, how do you reach them aside from their phone in that short of a time frame? I mean, there's also the watch type information that's out there that says, hey, this is a risky day. Be checking your phone for or the radar if you're traveling, things like that. So yeah, it really relies on the technology, I guess, and the education that people know that it is a risk.
Well, I got to say that when Ida came up and did a lot of damage, people were blaming the Weather Service, saying they didn't warn us in time. They didn't tell us it was going to be like that. And
right.
And I don't think that's the case, but because it was like a very short time frame when the impacts came, people fell off guard. And I'm just wondering, what do you do about that?
Yeah, I mean, my first thought again is just that people need to somehow realize the potential risk, and also building the trust. If we issue something that says this is a really dangerous situation, and the message gets out there, and people think, oh well, last time that happened, it was the false alarms, things like that. So if we can continue to improve our prediction capabilities, then the trust is going to be there. With Ida, the one occasional component that probably was a surprise to people was the basement flooding, right, in New York City. People living in those types of homes or need to understand the risk if there is a huge event like that, and somehow the community needs to be sure that they're aware.
Yeah, I think that's a big, oh, hello, I'm Aara'L. I think that's a big aspect of the inequities that we see, just the fact that folks may not understand the risks of like the urban environment. And when these watches and warnings are put into place, we know that like if you live on a floodplain, for example, your risks are going to be a lot higher than someone who lives at more higher levels. And so I don't know if that's necessarily the role of the National Weather Service to really communicate those risks, but I think that that's a really important piece in order to protect people.
Patrick, you talked about Warner forecast yesterday. Can we use that to communicate better those risks? And I know it's driven towards forecasters, the tools are, but can it somehow be translated in a I don't know, a graphic, a picture or something to the public? When you have a flooding event coming, for example, and I mean really in short time. I'm not talking about SPC day 2 or day 1. I'm saying, can Weather Service or someone put out a graphic for the average person within 30 minutes of that event saying this is what our latest guidance is telling us?
Yeah, I do think that that's possible. In fact, we've seen it in some isolated instances with the Warner forecast system. So like you say, it's not going to be long lead time, but often we don't have the resolution. We don't have the confidence in an event until within a couple of hours to realize the magnitude of it. A great example is the Waverly, Tennessee flood that I mentioned yesterday. We have a paper out on that now in BAMS. And so I'd encourage you to check that out. But the forecasters at both the Weather Prediction Center and the National Weather Service in Nashville participated in the writing of that paper and talk about the types of communication that they could have done if they had Warner forecast that night at 3, 4, 5 hour lead time. So it again gets to that kind of watch to warning experience where maybe a flood watch is in effect and the expectation is that there might be a few inches of rain, but then WAFS begins to show that, oh, this could be a really exceptional rain event. And that can be communicated in graphics that the Weather Service distributes on social media, on their website, and it can be communicated directly to emergency managers. So yeah, we've seen that in a couple of instances in real time. So we're hoping to do more of that as the system gets towards being operational.
Yeah, I think the actionable part is what people need to do, because that's their only, what do you say, that's how you empower them, right? And I don't think people act per se. I don't think most of us act on one day information. I think we act within 30 minutes of, unless it's a tropical cyclone, but for like flash flooding, tornadoes, anything like that, within 30 minutes of information, people will tend to act and say, nope, I'm not going to drive. I'll wait until this event passes. They say it's going to be through in the next hour. They'll pull off the road. But they will not remember the watch at 7 a.m. when they left this morning. It won't impact their schedule at all. And it's only when you're getting close that you can do it, that you can see people saying, oh, I better do something. So the forecast, so Warner forecast, it seems to me a very promising kind of solution to get more action from people.
Yeah, I know that at high levels in the National Weather Service, there's movement right now to focus on that 0 to 4 hour, 0 to 6 hour time frame, and study how our messaging can be more effective in that that time frame where things are evolving rapidly and people are making decisions. So I think there's going to be some change coming in the National Weather Service over the next several years. And Warn on Forecast will hopefully be part of that story, because it does give the forecasters the information to be more confident in what they're saying. And that hopefully that confidence translates, and that I think people in the public will pick up on that confidence, and when specific scenarios can be talked about a couple of hours in advance or 30 minutes in advance, that should be better than what we've been able to do in the past, I would think.
So there's a couple of big elephants in the room, and one of them is vulnerable communities. So like people may not have the capacity to, may have to live with a certain amount of risk, like in terms of like, we're not 100% sure, we're not fully, but we need you to act because your capacity is less in terms of being able to respond to an oncoming situation. So imagine you're a person that's at work and your kids are at home and you've got to stay on the job because that's your livelihood. You can't, you don't have the leeway to take sick leave or to do whatever. You need to get home to your kids, right? And try to protect them. And I guess this is this part about, we talk about vulnerable, we mean Black and brown communities and low income and even rural communities. The response time might not be as the same as someone from, I don't know, middle class or whatever term you want to use, mainstream. And then my question is, are we responding to that? Are we, in terms of prediction or communication or whatever it is that being understood at, let's say, within the National Weather Service office, or even researchers? Are they, I think social science researchers are understanding it. Now I'm talking about like the weather folks, the people who are doing it. Do they understand that like it might be a very unbalanced type situation, even for a general scenario?
I think there's we're beginning to raise awareness on that among the meteorological community. So in particular at our lab, we've had teams who go out after tornadoes have struck, for instance, the Mayfield, Kentucky tornado a few years ago, and interview folks, and the Rolling Fork, Mississippi tornado. Both were devastating, a lot of fatalities, a lot of injuries. And there were language barriers there. Those were vulnerable communities, like you say, lower income, fewer resources available, folks who need to be at work. There was an Amazon factory that was hit in Mayfield, Kentucky, for instance, where those folks had to remain at work. So I think we've begun to spin up research in this area. I've also been working with Dr. Elia Machado in New York on the Ida case and the flooding event in terms of social vulnerability. So we're trying to connect what we know about forecast information and the ability to forecast certain things to the social vulnerability. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that we're really aggressively exploring that topic just within the past couple of years. In fact, with the Warn on Forecast system, you may not have noticed, but if you go to the web viewer now, we actually have a social vulnerability index overlay that you can click. It's one of the toggle options on the right-hand side of the viewer to, in real time, examine what is the vulnerability of the area where the storm is being forecast. So we don't know how useful that is on a short time scale. It's an open topic of research, but yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Can you put that link in the chat box?
Sure.
I think one part that is especially important in terms of vulnerability when you're talking about flooding, though, is the spatial part of that in the past has heavily involved municipal zoning and people being aware of how vulnerable one block of a city is compared to another, which is totally different when you're talking about tornadoes that can essentially hit anywhere in the city, right? And then it's more a matter of, well, the strength of the structure. That vulnerability and maintenance of infrastructure needs attention on longer time scales than what the storm is. And of course, storm ready is supposed to be part of that. I know within the US, I'm not sure if it always hits all the marks that's needed for, especially for the social vulnerability on that, though.
So I guess the thing that Bill Parker showed yesterday was like, he showed us maps of Mississippi. He's like, this is the FEMA risk kind of maps. Do people know that they live in zones that are, I want to say, dangerous? Do people know that? Do you think the general public kind of knows that, like, if this thing happens, you might be toast? I'm asking you guys.
Greg, I can answer that on the hurricane side. So coastal communities are vulnerable to storm surge, and historically, that's where the most number of people can die. If you don't get out, you're going to drown in your homes. And so there's a huge amount of effort that's done through FEMA, through the local county and city governments to map out evacuation zones based on hurricane categories. And so that is very highly publicized on the coastal areas. At least I've seen it publicized very heavily here in Miami. A lot of folks know their zone, of which zone that has to evacuate. It's not perfect. Sometimes they do it by zip code, sometimes they do it by major roadways, sometimes they do it by municipality. So it's kind of all over the place on that. But those efforts are really critical in advance because you don't want confusion during the event. So the evacuation notices are done by typically the county mayor. And so when that happens, you want to have the population understand, well, who really needs to evacuate? Who is at risk? And so this information that's being shared really, I think, is generally successful, not always. Certainly, there's been a huge amount of progress since Katrina. Katrina was a horrible disaster with so many folks that in the Mississippi and Louisiana area that passed away, many of which either decided not to evacuate or couldn't get out. And over 1,200 people drowned in that day. And so I think we've made a lot of progress in the United States in getting people to know in advance who's at risk for what kind of type of hurricane coming up.
Chris, I'm coming back at you with another hard question on that one, because you know how these roads are, right? You all know that these highways are jammed up. I'm not even talking about evacuation. I'm talking about getting to work. And it seems to me that Ian and some of the others, people have had less and less time to evacuate. And part of it might be if you have a rapidly intensifying cyclone that the forecast doesn't necessarily pick up, or the track is slightly off. People feel more lax, so it's not going to hit me, and they have to do something fast. But they can't do anything fast because there's too many cars on the highway. You can't get out. And you need money to evacuate to some place.
Yeah.
And if you're a socially vulnerable group, where are you gonna get the money from?
Right. This is a really complex and topic, and part of it is the improvements in the forecast, which is a good thing, that we are narrowing down the track of where hurricane's going to make landfall. We're doing a better job of forecasting the peak winds and the size of the storms, but we're never going to have perfection. And indeed, we see some signs that we're reaching the limits of predictability for track. So it's plausible that we're really not going to improve much in the future for track forecasting, that we're going to reach this kind of limit of what the errors are going to be. Compounding that is that our cities aren't staying the same, that especially in the Southeast United States and in the Caribbean and in Central America, populations are exploding. And so that means even if the hurricanes don't change, the number of people that are at risk goes way up. And so you talk about the traffic on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, that's really challenging. And then all of a sudden, 1 million people are going to try to get in their cars and get out right away. That's a recipe for disaster. What's also adding to the complexity is that there's a lot of what's called shadow evacuation, that people evacuate that don't have to. The idea of evacuation is either evacuating because you're in a mobile home that's not structurally sound, or you're in a storm surge area where you could drown from the salt water. Unfortunately, what ends up happening is that a lot of people evacuate because of convenience. They don't want to be inconvenienced by lack of electricity. They're not at risk, but they just don't want to be in a hot, sticky house for 2 or 3 or 4 days or a week. And so what we end up seeing is that in the evacuation zones, sometimes we have people that don't evacuate. And then in the places that don't need to evacuate, we're getting a lot of people that are leaving town when they don't have to. And the reality is that you don't have to drive from, say, Miami to Orlando or Atlanta. You just have to drive a few kilometers inland to get out of the storm surge zone that's at risk. And so that's an education process there. So it's all that. It's forecasts are getting better, but vulnerabilities are increasing because population keeps going up. And when we do see a big impact like Hurricane Ian or going back to Katrina, unfortunately, it's communities that have more difficulties. That's the elderly, for example. The preponderance of fatalities is folks over 65. And then also folks that are in poverty, where they don't have the resources to get out. And so it's a really complex problem. And it's just going to get more difficult as populations in the Southeast U.S. and in our neighbors to the Caribbean continue to increase.
Another kind of component to this, as I think about Tropical Storm Debbie. Okay, first back to the evacuation. People are told to go to shelters, right? And there's something about going to a shelter that has a negative kind of got like, I think it's almost personal, where people feel like you're going to degrade me from comforts of my home to being kind of like a refugee, right? For X number of days. It's not stated clearly that that's what's going to happen, but people might have this vision of, I'm going to just be thrown out into a really unclear situation, and I don't want to do it. And I can tell you, my cousin, who for Hurricane Florence lives in North Carolina, he went to the shelter. They told him to evacuate, go to the shelter. And when I called him back, I don't know, a day and a half later, he's like, I'm like, where are you? He's like, I'm back home. And I was like, why are you back home? He's like, because the food isn't good there, right?
Yeah.
He wanted the comforts of home, not really understanding that the threat was still bearing down at the same time. So I guess my question is, how do you convey this shelter piece or the evacuation piece in such a way that people can see the benefits instead of see the inconvenience of being away from home?
Right. Well, people need to realize that storm shelters for hurricanes, it's a shelter of last resort. And it's not going to be a luxury hotel. It's going to keep you alive and keep you safe. And so, so if folks have an illusion that it's going to be really fancy, it ain't going to happen. Well, we also tell people, just another option is to move inland and stay with friends that are just a couple kilometers inland. Again, the storm surge is a coastal threat. It's usually, within a kilometer, sometimes a few kilometers. And so most cases, you just move inland a little bit, you're safe. And so, right. So it's, the again, the idea of evacuation is so that you don't drown. And so when we're having huge amounts of shadow evacuation, makes it more problematic because have been cases where people are trying to evacuate and it's a massive traffic jam and people cannot get out of harm's way in time. And so that's really sad if people are trying to do the right thing, but because too many folks are leaving, well, then they should just be staying home. Then it really messes up the evacuation plans.
Sean, are there times, and this back to Chris, Chris, Hurricane Debbie, you have 15, 20 inches of rain coming. Should you evacuate? Let's say you're in a flood prone area. Do you evacuate?
Well, that's a good question. Typically from rainfall flooding, that the evacuations are not done. And that's a challenge because it's a lot more random on where the convective events are going to be and where you're going to get 5 inches of rain, which in the southeast is more of an inconvenience. But if it's 20 inches, then your whole neighborhood could be underwater. And so that's a real challenge for emergency managers. Do you pull the trigger and have people evacuate from rainfall flooding in advance, because it's so localized. You look at what the products that the Weather Prediction Center are providing, they're very much probabilistic, and they may get to the extreme level, but even the extreme level, we don't typically have folks evacuate.
Yeah, I would just add that for neighborhoods with a known risk, and I did actually, in the last link that I threw in the chat was a flood risk map that's actually posted at Penn State, but it just shows FEMA data basically. And when we're forecasting situation where the FEMA floodplain will become inundated, the 100-year floodplain or more, the local emergency managers know that certain homes are at risk, and they will have an evacuation plan in a lot of major cities. So I think that it's really a partnership between the Weather Service forecasters and local officials and local officials are of course the people deciding whether to recommend evacuation or require evacuation, but it's really a two-way communication effort to try to, they want to know the risk, and that's where the probabilistic information comes in. The more we can improve our accuracy, the better decisions they can make. They have in their minds already, how much lead time do I need in order to evacuate, or how much lead time do I need to close a floodgate or to set up a floodgate? Like for example, in Washington D.C., there are flood walls that they're temporary. They can construct on 17th Street. So if they know the surge is coming in, they'll have some time to construct those flood walls and prevent damage. In that area, it's more, damage to the national building infrastructure, like the Smithsonian, things like that. But there are many other places where the protections are possible, if you have a proper lead time.
But you see on TV more and more, you have these rescues happening around floods. And I would assume people haven't evacuated or haven't been told, or the uncertainty is not there. Right?
Yeah, I think, well, some of the examples that I'm aware of the rescues is just that it's a much flashier situation. It's a flash flood emergency, but something like that, as opposed to a river flood, which has a longer lead time. So that's where I think some of the biggest challenges are, in the prediction area, and that's where warn on forecast that Patrick's talking about comes in. It's getting that extra bit of lead time on and the spatial specificity so that you can at least be ready. People be knowledgeable. They can at least move to the other side of the street or move, temporarily leave and go to a different part of town. But those flashy events, I don't think we're there yet as far as being able to forecast a very specific location with just an hour lead time or less or something like that.
Patrick, do you have any comments about that?
Yeah, I do. This is a good conversation, and it reminds me my time as a forecaster at WPC. I specialized in heavy rainfall forecasting, and I became more and more convinced that the best way to protect people is not in improved forecasts necessarily, but in identifying these localities that are very susceptible because of their terrain or their proximity to river flooding. A good example is Ellicott City, Greenbrier, West Virginia, which had a devastating flash flood in 2016. Those are both, you look at them on Google Maps and you suddenly realize, well, that's a bowl that's just going to collect water that those towns sit in. And so I almost feel like places like that, a devastating flash flood is inevitable. It will happen at some time. And it's not until it happens that then it gets into the local culture that, oh, we have a flash flood problem here and we need to have really good plans and designs for and have knowledgeable citizens who recognize the risk. So I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made this morning about increasing education in those areas. Just we need knowledgeable citizens who understand that they live in a risk-prone area, and that they might need to have a lower threshold for evacuating or taking some kind of protective action when there's a forecast of heavy rain. So yeah, that's a complicated issue that goes beyond the meteorology. But I do think that warn on forecast has the potential to aid in some of those. It's amazing to me that a place can receive, like Houston, Texas, and some of these springtime thunderstorm complexes that suddenly stall. They'll get 15 or 20 inches of rain, and it's not even a tropical event, right? And it's amazing that even on day one of the forecast, we didn't see that coming. We didn't know that was possible. I hope that with warn on forecast, we, in some cases, will be able to see at 6 hours out, at 4 hours out, that oh whoa, this may really exceed expectations, and we may have a much bigger problem on our hands than what we thought, and that can be effectively communicated, not necessarily by earlier warnings, which I hope will also happen, but by the pre-warning kinds of getting targeted messaging out through broadcast meteorologists and through emergency managers, the whole integrated warning team, that when a specific low probability, high impact event is being forecast by warn on forecast, that we have some methods to get that message out and get a more effective response.
There's kind of a blind spot, and this is back to Chris and Sean. And this is related to landfalling hurricanes. So what people are thinking about with landfalling hurricanes is, oh, the category, the wind, and they might be thinking about the surge, right? But they tend to think less about the flooding aspects. So when I say the flooding aspects, and it's a bit confusing, quite often you'll hear things like, oh, at high tide, the flooding will blah, blah, right? And I don't think people really understand that. So I'm gonna ask you to explain it. But then the other part is, if you have a landfalling hurricane and the flow actually causes the river to reverse, and then it causes like widespread flooding at those rivers or creeks or whatever, that's also kind of like people are like 40 miles in saying, whoa, what the heck happened, right? So I'm wondering if you can shed a little bit of insight on either of those, the question around tides, and then when they're making landfall, and then this issue of the rivers being pushed up at landfall and what that.
Right. So this is a huge challenge. Right now, we're a little more mature in the storm surge saltwater flooding aspect from hurricanes. We're providing probabilistic inundation heights of water levels above ground. We're providing storm surge warnings on the coast and inland. But the problem is where that interface with the freshwater, that's an active area of research and development within the National Weather Service. So the National Water Center in Alabama is tasked with providing freshwater flood mapping and providing forecasting of freshwater inundation, as well as that interface between the saltwater and the freshwater. And as Patrick mentioned, it's really challenging because it's influenced by very mesoscale, very difficult to predict rainfall that produce flooding rain immediately and then translate over the next couple days to river flooding. And so that's an active area. I'll put a link into the National Water Center, which is taking the lead on that kind of work. But it's you're right. It's very complicated, and it's not something we forecast very well right now. But that is in progress. I can tell you, there's a lot of effort being developed into that. So I'll put it in the link here for the National Water Center.
Yeah, just to add one thing to what Chris said. One term you'll hear, and I don't know if Chris you use this term or not, was total water level, and that's a term that's used to indicate it's the flooding or the water level is due to a combination of things. It's due to the flow from the river, plus the tide, plus the surge, plus any waves that are on top of the surge. And as Chris mentioned, it's something that's actively being researched to improve the capabilities to do those forecasts. Yesterday, I showed an example of a relatively simple HEC-RAS model that we have in Philadelphia, which accounts for the flow, the river flow, and the surge. Those types of implementations are kind of one-offs, single rivers, and so what National Water Center is trying to do is provide that type of capability everywhere, not just at selected locations where we can implement these models at the river forecast centers.
But in terms of average person trying to understand this thing, someone says, "Oh yeah, we have an extra problem because high tide is coming when surge is coming." Well, they just say, "Well, it's going to be the same," or how do they interpret what's going to happen, like at landfall, when you're going to get a surge plus additional stuff, plus the river is going to come up even though you're not at the coast.
Right. So for the astronomical tide combining with the storm surge caused by the hurricane, we're already taking that into account. And we don't talk about the high tides or low tides. We just talk about, what the values could be of water levels above normally dry ground. And so, because, we don't want them to try to figure out, is it going to be astronomical high tide or low tide or whatever. So that's all figured out under the hood. They don't have to deal with that themselves. And so we give them a storm surge watch when life-threatening storm surge could occur on the coast or inland within 48 hours. And we upgrade that to a storm surge warning within 36 hours of the danger of life-threatening storm surge. And the way we define that is typically at least 3 feet or 1 meter of water above the ground for normally dry ground. We also will paint entire coastal islands or barrier islands, typically that may not have the peak of the island going underwater, but if most of the island is threatened by inundation, we'll just say the whole thing is within a storm surge warning.
Sean, so the river flows backwards, and they're like, you're gonna get flooding. But is that easy to explain to people? Like what happens there? You're gonna get rain, plus you're gonna get some kind of ocean piece in it, saltwater intrusion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's easy to explain. I just think similar to what Chris was talking about. Sometimes I've heard from social scientists that they say, don't try to explain the reason for your forecast. Just give people the information they want to know. So total water level, what's the total water level going to be at the area you're concerned about? Whether and what the contribution to that is. It'd be nice if people understood it, but if they trust that you have the correct total water level, they can take action based on your forecast. So yeah, I mean, I think it'd be great to have an understanding of the causes, but to take action, you don't have to understand the reason. You just have to trust the forecast. So just a thought.
I almost want to say something about trust, but
well, maybe explaining it is part of the trust. So maybe I'm not on the right track there, but
yeah, because like trust is built off of some principles, right? It's not that you just told me right, but I also have some basic understanding of saying, oh, I know what you're saying to me, and I'm not sure in the time we're going to talk about social media and phones, and I'm not sure if we have a whole lot of understanding going on behind our cell phones. It's just saying something, right? And then people are trying to interpret it, but you don't know how they're interpreting it. It could be correct. They could do the right action, but I kind of don't know if they're doing the right action. And I think what comes out of this is when we look at these big events, I don't know who goes back and does the I don't know, I don't want to say autopsy, goes back and does the post analysis of like, how did people actually react and respond to what was happening with Tropical Storm Debbie or Ian or Ida when it came up the coast? Because to me, there's some lessons there that then serves as input for future action. Like, how do we address this thing? Does that happen at the river, like when you have flooding or NWS? You go back, you figure out what the people did wrong.
Yeah, in some of the bigger events, we do big event reviews, and there's a website with past. I forget what the name is that they call the reviews. But I can try to find that link. The other thing I was just going to mention earlier in the discussion, I had added some links into the chat. One of them is for social science at the NOAA level, and I think that there are there is momentum, I think, in the agency to do more of those types of analyses, like what you're talking about, where you say, hey, how do people behave during these events, and how can we use that information to improve our communication? So, there's definitely some opportunities to do more research in that area.
So, I guess in the last couple minutes, if you had the headline, what needs to be done now, given everything you have, to protect the population wherever they are, what would be your top 2 or 3 things? Okay, and I'll go Yunji first, since he's sitting next to me.
As somebody at the university, the most important thing is always education. We need to continuously educate the people what the potential of any kinds of hazards could be. And I guess more importantly is probably build the trust and credibility to trust for resources and science itself. And that's something very important for us for everybody to have when facing any kind of natural hazards in the future, in my opinion.
Chris, 1 or 2 things that you feel are needed now?
I think the top 2, and this relates back to what I opened with, we do need better predictions, but especially on the probabilistic side. And then the second thing is communications. How do we effectively communicate very complex things so that people make the right decisions? And so yes, better probabilistic forecasts and improved communications.
Sean.
I can't add anything to that. I agree 100%. I think those 2 ingredients build trust, and that's what's needed.
Sean, do you think our meteorology curriculum, needs to include some flooding kind of coursework?
Well, that's an interesting question, because in our office we have like more than 50% of our staff is meteorologists, and when they come in the weather service, then they learn the hydrology piece. I think it would be important to have hydrology in the curriculum to help people know the issues and maybe make an informed career choice, instead of after they get in the weather service they realize there's a hydrology component to forecasting and things like that. So yeah, no, I think that would be fantastic to kind of increase that interaction at the university level.
Secondly, do you think there should be some social science course as part of the curriculum around communicating risk?
Yeah, I mean, interdisciplinary issues are always critical. There's always the question in academia of, you can't learn everything, right? So you gotta pick and choose. But certainly we're starting to hire a more diverse group of people in the NOAA and the Weather Service, and we need to hire people that have that background, as well as meteorology and hydrology.
Well, the AMS sets a lot of the standards for the curriculum. So if AMS decided that we need to implement a hydrology course in most of the meteorology curriculums, and maybe a social science course on communicating risk, it could be implemented in maybe a wide scale fashion.
Yeah, no, that sounds fantastic. Anyway, I just want to thank you for inviting me. I do have to leave now.
All right. Pat, you got the last 2 recommendations?
Okay, well, the first one is easy. Move the Warn-On forecast system to operation. And that will help also with the probabilistic aspect, because as forecasters become expert users of Warn-On forecast, then they will need to be well trained in the use of probabilistic information. And the second, I would support the education piece. But I'm thinking a little kind of unique aspect of that is I think NOAA could do better outreach to the public and harness what we have, which is a really exciting topic of weather and climate. I'm always jealous when I go to any old museum. You'll see toys and coffee mugs and things from NASA. I think NASA does a really great job of getting themselves out there, and I think NOAA could do the same. I think that would generate more interest in the community in knowing their weather and climate and being better educated in those areas to be able to protect themselves in addition to the forecast. So those are my things.
I got lectured by this young lady behind me last night talking about NASA's webpage and NASA this and NASA that. Why can't NOAA be like NASA?
Yeah, I'm with it.
All right, well, thanks everyone for this discussion, and we're going to take a short break and come back and focus on the traditional and social media component of communication.
Thanks for having me. Have a great one.
Yeah, thank you, Greg.
Okay, we're back, folks. And this is the last morning session. I hope it's one of those sessions that will lead to some lunchtime discussion or thoughts wherever you are. And this one is about the role of traditional and social media in protecting the public from weather climate extremes. We have 4 panelists and we have a moderator. The 4 panelists this morning are first Jonnathan Porter. He's sitting next to me and he is AccuWeather Senior Vice President, Weather Content and Forecast Operations and Chief Meteorologist. And he also is a graduate of Penn State with a BS in Meteorology. And so we asked him to come. Holly is an associate research scientist for the University of Colorado Boulder Cooperative Institute, and she is linked to NSSL. And her area of research includes exploring the use and communication of probabilistic hazard information and weather warnings. We also have Professor Terri Fuller. She's Terri Adams Fuller, I'm sorry. She is a professor in the Department of Sociology and Criminology at Howard University. I think she might still be the associate dean, but she's also the deputy director for NOAA's NCAS Center, or Cooperative Science Center in Atmospheric Sciences and Meteorology, NCAS-M at Howard University. And then we have Sophia Schmidt, who's a reporter, one of my favorite reporters from the Philly area. She covers the environment for WHYY, and she does lots on environmental justice and climate science. So she's really the different kind of ear. And then that other serious lady with the whatever stars behind her is Dr. Aara'L Yarber. She graduated in the spring of this year, and now she's at Howard University doing a postdoc. And so Aara'L, you're the moderator and you take it away from here.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are. I'll be moderating this panel as Dr. Jenkins just described. It's going to be similar questions to the panel on traditional versus social media that we had on Monday. Is that Monday? Yes, Monday. So I'm sorry, Sophia, in advance, because a lot of these questions are going to be similar. If you want to answer them, you can, but if not, we can just continue on if you don't want to like repeat yourself. I think the first panel was intended to be for students and early career professionals, while this is more seasoned professionals. So for starters, can you all tell me a little bit about the work that you do and how that intersects with, if it intersects with traditional or social media or both?
I'll start off. So again, my name is Terri, and as Greg mentioned, I'm at Howard University. I look at societal impacts of severe weather and climate, and specifically, I look at how people's perceptions of risk influence their behavior patterns. And the team of researchers that I work with, we've looked at issues related to social media and traditional media, and in terms of what do people rely on most. How are they understanding, or how does social media help them better understand what's going on with severe weather, or what are the detriments to using it and that kind of thing? I can say more later.
I can go ahead. Again, I'm Holly Obermeier. I'm affiliated with NOAA's National Severe Storms Laboratory. My research kind of falls in two categories. One of those being I do a lot of work with the development and understanding of experimental and operational National Weather Service watch and warning products, and specifically in regard to how broadcast meteorologists and other end users like emergency managers use that information, and what types of tools they use, how they communicate it and disseminate it to their audiences and to their jurisdictions. And then kind of the other area where a lot of my research falls is doing post-event work. So after a major severe weather event, our team goes in and does interviews with broadcast meteorologists, emergency managers, and National Weather Service forecasters to understand how they used watch and warning products, with broadcast meteorologists, how they use that both on air and online, how they use that for social media, and how they disseminate that information and what is more effective for them.
And I'm Sophia. I am a reporter in Philadelphia at an NPR member station called WHYY. So we are paywall-free public radio, and the stuff that I report goes out on the radio and on the web, and that's my main thing. So I guess I'm kind of a practitioner of this, whereas some of the other panelists are researchers. So I'm really excited to hear what you guys are finding, particularly in how like traditional media can communicate risk better.
Good morning. I'm also a practitioner of weather communications as well. We're heavily involved in providing weather information, weather warnings, weather insights to people and businesses all over the world. In fact, our AccuWeather content reaches 1.5 billion people every day around the world in over 200 languages and dialects. So we have extensive experience. AccuWeather's been around for over 62 years. We have extensive experience in all forms of media, ranging from the traditional radio, TV, newspaper, to the digital media, digital apps, our AccuWeather app. And of course, we're very active on social media, as well as one of the ways in which we use to provide our life-saving weather information. So there are a lot of challenges in this area, but there are also a lot of positive things about social media in terms of being able to engage new audiences and provide information quickly, reliable information, to trusted information, as was talked about in the last panel, at scale. So look forward to talking about some of those particulars today.
Thank you so much. So the next question I have is, what medium are you using in order to receive your weather information, whether it's TV, radio, phone app, social media, for example, and why? And if you could comment on how maybe that's changed over time, over the course of your life, if it has.
You mean just to personally?
Yeah, personally.
Okay. I would say, I'm of the TV age where you actually turn the TV on. Most young people don't do that. But now I don't. Most of the information I get for myself personally is through the apps when there's a severe event, when they come through. But then I also will look at Weather Underground or AccuWeather to see what's coming through. And then I'll monitor that through the event. And I can say more about some of the things we found in research later on.
I've never really relied on TV news much throughout my life. I think mostly like online news is where I get like weather news if it's from traditional media. And then in terms of like social media, I follow the National Weather Service on Twitter/X. So I think that's my main source on social media. And then obviously I'm putting news out through radio, web, and sometimes social media.
I grew up in Nebraska, so a lot of severe weather and a lot of tornadoes. So we always watched TV. You know, continuous coverage was like, that's how you knew what to do. And that's what everyone did. And, you know, have lived various places in the plains in Oklahoma and Texas. And again, television always being kind of a main source. Now living in Colorado, wildfire is kind of my main concern here. And for that, there's actually a number of different apps that are really helpful. You know, the wildfire space is really complicated because it's not just NOAA, it's a lot of different government agencies at all scales that are providing information and things like evacuation orders. So I have multiple places where I monitor for information for those situations now. Weather service, still TV. I like to stream things online because sometimes they have really good coverage of certain fires. And but then also, yeah, there's a few apps out there that are really good. Our local emergency management, Twitter, and then of course we get alerts directly from them too. So I would say over time, my information sources have just become more diverse. I'm monitoring more information now than I probably ever did in the past.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to say it. The information sources are more diverse, and we see that across the board. We had mentioned earlier, we're active in all of those different communication platforms. Of course, around the world, mostly we're utilizing our AccuWeather app and AccuWeather.com platforms, localized in those various languages and dialects. But certainly in any one day, one of the things I enjoy about my job is in any one day, I might be talking about the weather on all those different platforms. I might go from KYW radio in Philadelphia to talking on a TV network, on our own AccuWeather TV network, and then talking on social media. So what's exciting about that is, and same thing for our team of over 100 expert meteorologists that we have at AccuWeather, we have to, we tailor our messaging and our approach to the specifics of those different platforms. So the media landscape has rapidly changed. That continues to accelerate. But I think in each of those platforms, there's an important opportunity and voice for trusted weather information, and how you go about being successful in communicating on those different platforms varies and evolves as well as the media landscape changes. So I think most people, in talking to a lot of people, as Holly mentioned, I thought it was a good way to describe it, though people are monitoring more sources of information now. I think they still rely on those trusted brands and the trusted communication in a world where there's a lot of stuff out there. And I'm sure we're going to talk about some of those particulars and some of those challenges going forward. But I think people have developed skills to be able to monitor more of those information sources at different times of their day, depending upon how their life is proceeding.
Terri, you have a question?
Yeah, if I can just add, and tell us your name again, please.
My name?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
John Porter.
Okay, as John just indicated, what we found in talking to folks who've experienced extreme weather events, that they tend to rely on traditional media during the course of those events. And of course, younger people are more prone to use the social media, but even they often turn to traditional media when there's a severe event coming, to just so that they can go to sources that they really trust.
I just echo what Terri said too. You know, we went in and did interviews after the Rolling Fork, Mississippi tornado, and resoundingly, we would hear the same broadcast meteorologist names over and over again from folks. I watch so-and-so. If I know that person's on air, I know I need to be doing something. Or That was really key. And then also the ability to share information with friends and family networks was really key as well. How quickly they could take those pieces of information and share it with their network.
Yeah, I think that gets back to the trust aspect of it. Why you probably heard those broadcast meteorologist names over and over again is because they've developed trust and value in the community over time in various weather events. And so maybe people sometimes find out about severe weather events through a wide variety of different ways. We often talk about the importance of sharing information with friends and family because we like to say people live busy lives and they may not be plugged into all of what's going on in a particular weather situation. And so sometimes they may hear a piece of information from over there or over here, and then that inspires them to seek more information from those trusted sources. So I think that description is very important.
Yeah, I agree. We know that data alone doesn't really convince people. You need personal narrative, you need relationship building. It's really important. A question for you, Jonnathan. What goes into the communication strategies at AccuWeather in terms of communicating severe weather events and making sure that the communication strategies are accessible to all people of different backgrounds?
Well, that's a very important point. And I like to tell people that we spend just as much time looking at the specifics of the forecast and the numerical aspects of the forecast, how much snow is going to occur in a particular spot, how much rain, what the winds will be, the quantitative aspects. We spend just as much time looking at that as we do with the communication of the information. Because at the end of the day, well, our goal is always to save lives, protect property, and help people make the best decision. So if we start from that perspective, then we back up from that of, well, how can our communication and our insights be helpful to people at different time scales? And so that communication piece is really critical. And that's one of the things that differentiates AccuWeather from other weather sources who don't have as many meteorologists or don't have a focus on that, because we're thinking about that communication strategy early on in an event. And we're talking about what are the risks, what may occur, and talking about the impact so that people can understand what was the sort of scope of the threat that may exist in their community, how can that evolve, and then using, and also explain the uncertainty of a situation. When we're dealing with the weather prediction, that's a different realm than news and sports and other things that are oftentimes talking about what has happened. The weather enterprise is talking about what's going to happen. And every forecast does have an inherent amount of uncertainty associated with it. And we think it's important to describe that to the user using language that they can relate to, so that as we get closer and closer to an event, you get closer and closer to 100% accuracy on what's going to occur. So we can talk about impacts from, for example, highlighting it early in a forecast. Like yesterday, we were talking about what do we want to say in Atlanta, Canada, even though the impacts from Ernesto will be many, many days in advance. What can we say in that today forecast so that when somebody goes into the AccuWeather app and looks at that today forecast they're seeing risk for hurricane conditions, including damaging winds and flooding rainfall early next week, so that people are aware of that risk coming. So that's a very important aspect of what we do. And we do tailor our communication strategy to each of those platforms that we're on, traditional media versus social media, in both the language that we use, the tone, and the content. Because quite frankly, in some venues, you might only have 30 seconds on the radio to say something, whereas you might have a couple of minutes to describe an event in more detail on social media. The other thing we say about social media too is we produce a lot of our content very specifically for social media, and that's been an evolution at AccuWeather over time. Previously, we've sort of repurposed other content and made it available on social media. Now our team is producing content specifically for different platforms so that we can take advantage of aspects of the platform, tailor the communication message, and as you say, it's a very important point, make it accessible and relatable to everyone. Social media also makes it a little bit, so we can be a little bit more informal sometimes we can have fun, as I like to say, on there when we're not dealing with a severe weather event, right? We can use it as an opportunity to better inform people about the science, get them interested in the science of meteorology and what the weather enterprise is doing in general. So the overall summary of that is that communication is critically important, the words we use, because we want to inspire people to make the best decision and have the best information available in order for them to be able to do that. And one size doesn't fit all. We customize our approach to each of those platforms, sharing information in a major weather event, but it's all, we do focus it depending upon the audience and the platform that's available.
Thank you. Question for the researchers, but anyone can also answer this. What are the benefits and disadvantages of traditional and social media platforms and their approach to communicating weather and climate extremes, like flooding or tropical cyclones, particularly, but not solely, to vulnerable groups?
I mean, I can chime in. I think some of the benefits of traditional media, and we've touched on this, they are trusted sources. I think that can be really, it's important for everyone, but I think it can be really important for vulnerable populations also, that this is someone or some source that's able to provide them the kind of information that they need to make the decisions to take protective action in the time that they need it. I think that that's really key also. And traditional sources like television are great because, you know, depending on the severe weather event, there can be a continuous flow of information. They can stay on air for a long period of time. And so it's just you know, could be a really easy, accessible way to get information and get it quickly and know that it's good information. It's more vetted than what you might find on social media. With that though, social media, you know, finding information there can be really good because it's also accessible and I think really easy to share with family. It's really easy to share with friends. So, you know, there's a balance between the two though. And we all know social media is just like a hotbed for finding terrible things. You know, the hope I think is that people can use these different sources of information to almost vet each other. If you hear one on one source, on one platform, and you're hearing it on another also, you know, it's possible that that's a way to confirm the reality of something or not.
Yeah, just to kind of piggyback on what Holly just shared, traditional media is really, people respect it. They know that they feel like they can really rely on it. The benefit of social media is that you can get messages out quickly, it can be informal, and the spread of that information can take place in a relatively or very, very short period of time. But the problem with it is that it's not always trusted, and it shouldn't be trusted always. So I think if you have reputable outlets like you know, what John represents and you know, of course, NOAA, NWS and other trusted sources, if they can be active and touch the right people to spread those messages, then that's a good thing. But there have been instances where people have put out false information, and I think we're going to talk about, there's a section where we talk about misinformation later, so I'll hold back on that. But the both pluses and minuses with both sources, because the problem with traditional media often is that, you know, so for instance, if you're committed to a particular meteorologist on TV, you have to physically be in front of a TV. That's not always possible if you're in your car or traveling back and forth to work or to home or the grocery store. Whereas with social media, you can just get it like this through your telephone.
Okay, so yeah, piggybacking off of the misinformation aspect that you were talking about, can you guys talk a little bit more about the risks associated with that and maybe how difficult it is to counter misinformation and the impact that could have during extreme events?
It's certainly a big issue, and I guess there's a couple of different aspects of it from my perspective. One is that there's always going to be, because everybody has a voice on social media, and in some ways that's a good thing, there's always going to be a wide variety of information and a wide variety of data points out there. The challenge, and I think at the end of the day, people do return to their trusted sources to sort of to validate or to get additional information in various severe weather events. So I think, you know, there are many meteorologists that get very frustrated about the type of information that's posted. You know, people take deterministic forecast models and the 15-day GFS and post it online. Well, I don't think that's going to stop. So I mean, that information is out there, that foundational. That's one of the best aspects of the U.S. weather enterprise, that all this foundational data is available to anyone who wants it. So I do think that, you know, people do post those kinds of information, and it can be frustrating to meteorologists in terms of the messaging associated with that. But I think it causes people to come back to their trusted sources that we're talking about to seek more information, get more data. They might hear about something from a friend or a family member, and then go back to the trusted sources to get more information or ask about it. And that dialogue, I think, can be a healthy thing. From a misinformation perspective, one of the bigger concerns that I have is what the platforms are attempting to do about misinformation, and some of the challenges that are coming up about that. I don't know, I sent in a graphic earlier. I don't know if we have that graphic to show, but we ran into this issue earlier this summer when AccuWeather expert meteorologists issued a hurricane forecast for Beryl, for the storm that would become Beryl. We issued that 28 hours before the National Hurricane Center and any other source to give people extra advance notice and time to prepare. We know that it takes people time to make hurricane-related decisions. That's something that we've seen in the research before. And so whenever we can provide valuable extra advance notice, especially on the first storm of the year and on a storm that we knew would be very impactful, we're going to do that. So we put out a map across all of our products and services, a track map like we do, to show where the storm was expected to go and at what intensity. And that message was posted on X, as well as many other different platforms, and of course our own AccuWeather platforms and mobile app and website. And X associated a community note with that potentially life-saving forecast, which stated essentially that the storm had not formed yet. And let me read exactly what it said. First, it said official hurricane forecasts only come from the National Hurricane Center. The system being discussed, if you go back to slide number 1 here, thank you very much. If we just go to slide 1 on this, you'll see the actual post. Here was our track map, and here's what we said. The tropical Atlantic is heating up with at least one system that may pose a threat to the Caribbean as a tropical storm or hurricane next week. And there was the track that we provided. And the flag that the X platform associated with it, I read portions of it before, but then said the system being discussed has yet to form, meaning this forecast, in air quotes, has very little data to back it up and has a low chance of verifying, which obviously is a major issue, because here's the platform electing to disregard our mission to save lives and protect property. Of course, the National Hurricane Center at this particular time had that system with about an 80% chance of development heading toward the same general area that AccuWeather had earlier outlooked. They then issued a similar forecast at 28 hours after we did. Of course, we contacted, as soon as we saw that was the first time that we had ever seen such a community note. We contacted Twitter. We attempted to contact them on multiple levels, and there was absolutely no feedback from Twitter at all. And it took them 6 days they did eventually remove that flag. But then there were obviously questions of how many people may have not taken action based upon that on the X platform, based upon questions of a science-based forecast that we had issued in an effort to save lives and help people be better protected. So this was widely reported in the media. We talked to the New York Times about it. USA Today reported about this particular challenge, and many other media entities. It raises larger questions about the only misinformation here was the flag about suspected misinformation. So the X platform got this wrong, and they really have yet to provide us with any meaningful feedback about this. And our concern is, of course, well, what's going to happen next time, or in other situations where there may be less time for them to actually react to that community note. So certainly misinformation is a problem, but it looks like the way that they're attempting to solve it, at least in one example, is creating even more problems there. So this misinformation question is a big one. And I'll just two other quick things to show. If you go to the next slide briefly, our forecast put together by 100 expert meteorologists and deliberated over every detail of it from, by the way, an account on X with a very sizable audience and a verified check mark, received that community note yet. And these are just a few examples of some of the other things and these are just a few of many, many examples of information that were posted by other people or other accounts on X around the same time, not flagged at all. Somebody's talking about a scary Cat 5 hurricane coming into Houston with dangerous descriptions there of things that did not end up occurring in the Houston or in the Galveston area. Of course, there were significant impacts there, but not to the level that somebody was alleging with a Category 5. Another person on TikTok talking about fake hurricane predictions because their quote app says so, with hundreds of thousands of people seeing it and no flag by X on that. And then the final on the next graphic, another concerning one here, which was in a weather enthusiast here on the next slide, if we could just take a look at that, where this was a person that was talking about the area that the National Hurricane Center had outlooked before they had even put out an advisory. But this person was talking about that storm becoming a Category 2 hurricane and heading into Florida. And of course, that wasn't anywhere near where that particular storm ended up. And there's no misinformation or community note flag on that particular posting. So we bring this up as a very timely topic. There are big issues with how the platforms are, thank you very much for showing that. There are very big issues with how the platforms are addressing the misinformation problem. And it appears, at least in this case, that they're creating even more problems in trying to solve what they allege is misinformation in the first place. So yes, this is a big problem. I don't have the answers, but there's certainly going to be plenty of issues on this kind of topic going forward.
Terri, you had a question or comment?
Yes, I guess I'm surprised that AccuWeather wouldn't be just considered a trusted source and therefore would not be flagged.
Yeah, that's what that was our point to them as well. But I think it goes to whatever procedures the platform is using in order to be able to make those determinations. And the interesting thing, the feedback we got from other users on Twitter, we had people in Jamaica and other Caribbean islands that were obviously significantly impacted by the storm, responding to that and saying, thank you so much, AccuWeather, for giving us that extra information. It was really helpful. So that's what we aim to do at the end of the day, is to help people make the best decisions and keep them safer. So that was really good to see. The fact that Twitter didn't even respond to us at all about it, and only reacted to this once it became an international story, was in very prominent media. The fact that they only took the community note down thereafter was very interesting. We would have expected to hear from executives at Twitter based on our outreach to at least dialogue about the situation and say, or I should say X, dialogue about the situation and talk about how X was going to not be in that situation. Terri, as you described before, there's a big difference between somebody who's posting information with 150 followers and millions of followers that the AccuWeather verified account has. So it just to us raises other questions. What if there's less time? A hurricane in this particular case, there were days for people to prepare. We were giving people extra advance notice along the track of the storm. But what if there's less time to prepare? Holly mentioned about the Rolling Fork, Mississippi tornado disaster that happened there. In a tornado situation, there might be only minutes for people to react, not days, right? And so it just begs all kinds of questions about what the social media platforms are going to do to try to combat misinformation. Are they creating more problems in that process? And it was very surprising to us that X had really nothing to say about it. They just did what we asked them to do, which was take down the community note, which was inappropriate. And they did that, but they did that only 6 days after, and they never said anything to us or any other national reporter that reached out to them to talk about it. Actually, I guess I'm not clear that Twitter or X even has a media relations team anymore to talk to. So maybe that was part of it.
I think the other, there's obviously the risk for that specific event and undermining people's ability to prepare, but just the long-term trust that AccuWeather has. Because I think if someone sees that, they might be like, oh, I thought AccuWeather was trustworthy, but I guess not. I guess they're, fear mongering or something like that. And I should not trust them anymore ever.
Well stated. Yeah. And we had to, we were very concerned about that. And of course, the aspect that people in the moment weren't going to be taking the action that we knew they were going to need to take, given how serious this situation this became. Of course, this ended up being a Cat 5 hurricane as it rapidly intensified across the Windward Islands with catastrophic damage in some areas. And so that extra advance notice was really helpful. And we found ourselves having to explain our process. I had to record a video that we then posted on that same chain. But Sophia, to your point, the original post and how it was shared with the community note, not as many people saw the additional information and context I provided about how this is a science-based forecast, 100 expert meteorologists, and why we did what we did. Far less people saw that on the X platform than the original community note. So again, I don't have a solution to all this, because at the same time, we can't also have, there are certainly plenty of challenges that are caused by some of those other examples that I showed, and misinforming people as well. But I think, again, at the end of the day, it does go back to people, I think, before making decisions or, as part of their evaluation process, they are going to go back to those trusted sources that they know in order to be able to seek more information. But there's a lot of problems with this, no doubt.
I think one other concern about social media I would flag is just the role of algorithms and the way that, I guess, in traditional media, you as the news consumer can kind of, decide to turn on your TV and you choose the channel you're on, and you're very in control of what you're consuming. Whereas with social media, it just kind of feels like there's these sort of mysterious forces that bring stuff to your attention, and that you can't always, you can't obviously directly visit the page of a trusted influencer or weather person, but it just feels like there's a lot less kind of control over what you see, and I could see the sensationalist content, doing better in the algorithm than something that is rigorously fact-checked.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Very good point.
And I will build off of that too. It's one of the concerns that we hear from both broadcasters and emergency managers when we test some of our experimental products that tend to update more rapidly than what we see in current, tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings, is that things don't post chronologically. And so people are really prone to see outdated information, especially if new information is becoming available more rapidly than it has in the past. Someone might see something that's outdated. And so, that's a big concern that we hear from folks, is that especially if, they're auto posting severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings right now. And right now, those typically see an update every 15 to 20 minutes. But if the Weather Service were to update those as fast as every 5 minutes, you're going to have a lot more coming into their stream. And what people may or may not see, it's hard to foresee. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, Lauren Wright just posted a comment. I think that's germane to this conversation. Lauren, do you want to share? Or I could just read it. I'll take silence as you want me to share it. He says a slightly different challenge has been times when NWS officers have been blocked from posting severe weather warnings on social media because they were noted for, quote, too many automatically posted notices in a time frame, obviously due to the complex, rapidly evolving situations.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up, Lauren, because I don't believe X has responded to that issue either. And I think they've, after receiving criticism for that, I believe that they did unblock some of those accounts or change the rate limits. But the rate limiting, it goes back to what Terri and Holly and others have said, that the information, the flow of information, especially in a disaster, from the weather enterprise and from media and trusted sources is going to be a lot different than other scenarios. And so you may get a lot of posts all at once. And I know offices have been blocked and not been able to share, again, life-saving information. So there are certainly lots of challenges that make the weather enterprise and the news media in some ways. There are certain aspects of, in order for us to do our job the way we need to do it effectively, it may cause our content to look different than other types of content that's arriving on the platform. And this topic about what information is being shown is extremely relevant, because I've noticed just personally myself over the last couple of months, those algorithms seem to be doing more and more unusual things, is what I'll describe it, in terms of surfacing content that's old, that's not relevant any longer. Yeah, there's questions of how in an AI-powered world will those recommendation engines, and oh, by the way, the other aspect too, some of our meteorologists pointed this out to me, I didn't even notice this myself, but during some storms this year on the X platform, some of the AI tools, there's some AI tools that actually aggregate what people are saying. And now some of those AI tools are getting it wrong, saying, like, for example, during Alberto, which was a storm earlier this year in the Atlantic that went into parts of northern Mexico, the AI tools on the X platform described the storm incorrectly and mentioned it would be going into a different place. So yeah, there's this whole idea of how AI and related technology aggregates content. It may aggregate misinformation, or it may itself get it wrong.
It's good.
Yeah.
Terri, you have a question or comment?
Yes, I think part of what this discussion gets to is that I think the public should be wary of any one particular platform dominating. And we need to push back against it. That's all I'll share. I overbooked myself as I do often. So I'm gonna have to leave about a few minutes early. I forgot to say that's top of the discussion, so I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. So I guess kind of based off of what we've been discussing and how social media, is privately owned, and they, can kind of not entirely do what they want, but to some extent the power dynamics is in their favor. Aside from that, what do you think that we can be doing in order to better communicate severe weather events and climate extremes via traditional media and via social media?
I'll get started. I think that it's important to be aware of the different audiences. And I think this was mentioned earlier, and that each of the different kinds of outlets has a different demographic associated with it. In terms of like traditional media, you tend to think of older populations, segments of the population, more so than the younger population. But you also have to think that there are people who have speak different languages or understand risk differently based on their use of language, as well as people have different kinds of priorities in their lives. So for instance, if you're overloaded, overbooked, over processed, just trying to make it, your ability to digest information intellectually is the same, but how do you process that against all the other factors that you have in life? And I think that's the area that we need to explore a little bit more. Like, how do you break through when people are just overwhelmed by life? And so that's, again, something I think we need to explore more.
I can chime in about some of the stuff I try to do as someone working in traditional media. I like, because I cover extreme weather, but I also cover all kinds of other things on the climate and environmental justice beats. And so my weather coverage will be a lot more sort of like, I try to keep it really simple. I try to use, if it's like a written article, it'll have like a lot of subheadings and like places where you can like jump down. And I'll try to keep it like action oriented and explain, here's what's going on, here's like where it might impact, here's what the impacts might look like, the probability, and then like what actions you can take to stay safe. And then when it is, because I'm a climate journalist, I try to bring in that context. So while I will have, if it's a type of hazard that I just want to get people to like need to know information faster. And I think something that I struggle with, that maybe the experts on the team, giving people time to prepare, and obviously, if there is a risk, communicating that, and then seeming like we're like crying wolf. Like, I don't want people to, oh, nothing ever materialized. Like, these journalists are just saying that there's this huge risk and it really didn't pan out. And also, when there is uncertainty, being able to, I guess, like, when there is uncertainty and I can't say it's gonna, this particular neighborhood is going to flood. Like, I think that's what people want, is to be able to know, like, my house has flooded, 3 times in the last 20 years. I like have, PTSD from those events. Like, should I really be scared today? Or like, is this a day I should chill out? And so I would love to be able to give my audience that information, but often I can't. So like, one way that I kind of try to thread the needle is offering sort of generic advice that is like, here's best practice for, if you're driving and you see flooding, here's what you're supposed to do. Or if you're in a place that's near a creek or something like that, don't store your precious family photos in your basement. Like, all that is stuff that's very like easy to, digest, and that you can apply no matter what happens this weekend. So that's kind of like the strategy that I take, but I would love to hear feedback from the experts on, what you guys think is best practice.
I can just say, Sophia, that that's been one of our biggest research challenges at NOAA is, how do we convey that uncertainty in a way that people can use that information? We've done a lot of testing with experimental products that do incorporate probabilistic hazard information. So, giving more concrete probabilities about the likelihood of a certain hazard occurring at a specific location, like someone's neighborhood, so that they can then take that information to try to make a decision that they feel that works for them, and give it in a timely manner as well. Terri has been involved in some of our work with emergency managers in the past, and we find that, both broadcasters and EMs really want that information that helps them make decisions about how they communicate and how they position resources. We still have a lot of work to do in terms of how that information should look for the public. But again, that doesn't help you a lot right now, other than knowing that conveying that likelihood and that uncertainty is really key. It is important for people to understand that these aren't binary situations necessarily, but by giving them more probabilistic information in the future, we're hoping that empowers them to make the decisions that help them protect themselves and their property. But to your point, giving general information, I think advice like that is really good, and it is helpful, even if it doesn't feel specific enough. But yeah, people really do. They want that specific information. I know, and it's hard to provide.
I liked how you described it, Sophia, there, in terms of the kind of content, because people, they want to understand, well, our experiences, they want to understand, well, what can they do about it, right? And so that type of advice, I think, is very helpful. The other thing that I think is important as the weather enterprise is we've got to look at how we are communicating and make sure it's as effective and non-judgmental as possible. Because one of the things I think sometimes we, as scientists, we might go, well, how many times have we said, don't drive into areas where water covers the road, right? We've said that over and over again. And we as scientists sometimes might say, well, why do people keep doing that? Well, when you get back to it and you look at some of the social science research and the experiences that people have had, the reason they did that was because they had to get to work, or they had to bring their mom to a doctor's appointment. They had there's a reason that people are doing the things that they're doing. It's about how do we, in a relatable manner, communicate what the risks are and that kind of advice in terms of making the best decision. That sometimes I say, hey, I know that it's annoying if you have to go find another route if you encounter a flooded road, but it just takes 6 inches of fast flowing water for a car to be swept down a stream. And so just reminding people of what's at risk for that. And also every hazard, I think every hazard is different. We talked a little bit about people's responses to hurricanes versus tornadoes versus blizzards and whatnot. I think that we have to keep that in mind too. The social science shows time and time again that it takes people longer to internalize, for example, a risk like a hurricane risk in a particular area and what actions they may need to take. And there are very real world issues with evacuations that we have to think about. Do people have the financial or other resources to actually evacuate? What resources is a community providing to them? So there's no one size fits all. And one of the things I've learned over my career is that these kinds of topics, they're really complicated. They're very personal. There are reasons that people do what they do. And so we've just got to think about how to best communicate so that people are informed about the hazards, about the risks that are in the area. What are the uncertainties? Because as was suggested earlier, the last thing we want people to go is after an event, well, that was overblown and that was sensationalized and that's a false alarm, and the associated challenges with that. So the communications is a really challenging topic. I think we as a field, I've been at AccuWeather 20 years now, and I think about how we've evolved as a field. We're thinking about those communication issues more now. We have social scientists engaged in different parts of our enterprise. That's really good. And I think that's going to be really important as we continue to think about how we can, as a collective enterprise, save more lives and keep people best informed.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a challenge. I'm sorry, is someone going to speak? No, okay. Yeah, just trying to get 300 million people on the same page is unprecedented. So yeah, it's certainly a challenge. Is there anything else that you guys would like to contribute to this discussion, maybe that I didn't ask about, that you think is important as it relates to?
You had a couple of statements in the chat. A couple of people asked questions in the chat. I do have to jump off in 2 minutes, but I appreciate the being included and have enjoyed the dialogue.
Thanks, Terri.
The only other thing I would say is that one thing we didn't talk about was the two-way flow of information that social media permits in a severe weather event. And in one way, within the weather enterprise is one area. I think there's a lot of good dialogue between meteorologists and practitioners about severe weather events that I think is actually, on balance, additive and helpful toward improving messaging. And scientists dialoguing in real time, I think, is a really interesting aspect. People see certain aspects of a storm or highlight it, and I think other meteorologists pick up on that and then start talking about it as well. So I think that's interesting. And then the ability for people, the general public, to provide pictures, video. Video, as the old saying goes, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Maybe a video is worth even more. But we can we provide, once we verify it, and we have a process, of course, related to that. But we oftentimes will use those videos on our AccuWeather site, on our AccuWeather TV network, because you can actually describe the impacts. You can show to people what a storm is doing. And that helps to really paint a picture about what those impacts are, even if it's not happening outside somebody's door, they can see that and better internalize it. So the idea that people can provide reports in the moment are very helpful. And I often think that we as a community, we need to be engaging our next generation of scientists on social media and other places. I think about how I got interested in weather growing up in Connecticut as a young child, was watching TV meteorologists, right? So I think we all have an opportunity to engage the next generation of scientists on social media and build their interest for the science too.
One other plug I'll make for traditional media is the role of like follow through coverage. And there's not really a reason why this can't be done on social media. I just think like the sort of nowness of social media doesn't lend itself quite as well. But I guess I'm thinking about like disaster response and recovery and like accountability in terms of like government response. And sometimes in reporting on disasters, when I'll go back and talk to people who've gone through them like a year or two later, they're often like, wow, I thought people forgot about this. You know, there was coverage in the moment and now we're still recovering 2 years later and no one's paying attention to us. So I think traditional media does, you know, do that. And that might be a strength.
And I'll just make another plug too. I mean, there's a lot of talk and we've done some research with some different organizations that are looking into what the next television standard will look like, ATSC 3.0. And that will run through your internet protocol. So you could potentially have, you know, more information, very rich content coming to your television. So when you get a watch or a warning, it would be geolocated to your exact location. And that could potentially be streamed to your car and your phone as well. So we're starting to look at what displays could include for individuals that would be looking at these displays on traditional television and how that could look from different television stations and the kind of information they could include, because you could have subsections all over your screen showing very geo-targeted watch and warning information, but also evacuation routes and other pertinent information from local government officials while having a continuous stream from your local broadcast meteorologist too. So I think that there's I mean, this isn't being mandated by the FCC the way that other transitions in television have been, but there seems to be more and more adoption in certain television markets. And this is definitely something that's been adopted internationally in other countries like South Korea. So if this is something that does take hold in the United States more widespread, then I think that that brings traditional television back into the forefront and how that could work and how it might be on other devices also, not just a traditional TV.
A point that Sophia brought up about the accountability and better preparation is a very important one. And traditional media does do a great job of highlighting that so that we as a country can get better for the next disaster. I also think one other aspect of this conversation that we haven't hit on yet today is the creativity of people during disasters and how people always in this country put aside whatever differences people have and work together to provide information and provide support. Look at what happened just a few weeks ago in the Houston area, which was hard hit by 80 to 100 mile per hour winds, damaging winds over multiple hours related to Aara'L. And there were millions of customers without power, millions of addresses without power in the Houston area. And that accountability piece became very important because there was questions about why were local officials not prepared despite good forecasts? Why was the local energy company not prepared and had not called in, apparently had not called in mutual aid to address those power outages very quickly? And in fact, the power outage tracker, we were talking about some earlier in the room here about some of the issues with power in previous hurricanes, but the actual utility company's power outage map for in the Houston area was ceased to function during that event in just a couple of weeks ago during Aara'L. And so people came up, I'm always amazed by the creativity of people. They came up with the idea that they could use the website and the app of a burger restaurant, Whataburger, which is a well-known burger establishment, especially in the southern part of the United States. to see where those stores were open as a way for people to come up with where was the power outages occurring across the Houston area, because they had no other information about it because the utilities power outage tracking system was not functioning. So people had come up with, hey, this is how they could, and then they watched how power was coming back by where those restaurants were coming back online in the app. So I'm always amazed by, and that's just one example we've seen that in many different disasters, the creativity of people to use the information that's available, spread that went viral on social media, that people were using that as an information source. And it, I think, also compounded even more questions being asked of local officials and the local energy supplier in that area as to, well, why in the world were the outages that much from a 80 to 100 mile per hour winds? What if that was a Cat 4 or Cat 5 hurricane that was making landfall in the Houston metro area? What would have occurred there? So people work together in interesting ways in a disaster. That's just one example of it. But that piece about prolonging the conversation beyond the now is a very important question. And it's I think, how the country gets more resilient, which in the face of increasing impacts from severe weather driven by climate change, we all are going to need to do even more effectively going forward.
Okay, thank you. I think there was, Terri mentioned there was comments in the chat. For some reason, I cannot see them. I don't know if whoever commented, if they want to just say what they wrote out loud. If not,
And so
that's
then
okay, because, sorry?
I said, I asked the question, and so did Maya.
Okay.
My question is about, there's a demographic divide. None of the freshmen that come in my class next week are going to get weather information from TV, period. They're all on social media. So how do you deal with that in terms of like weather extremes? And then this point that Jonnathan brought up, doesn't social media, if you're on Facebook Live, give you the opportunity to have a two-way conversation with an audience about an extreme that might be happening? Mm-hmm. Like if Weather Service or anybody's there talking, it seems like that you never get that from TV. It's always one way, right? It's like the person telling you stuff, but they can't answer your questions. That was my points about none of those students are going to be using TV. They don't even know what TV is. Seriously. They may watch shows streaming.
My question was just the overall of like everything that we discussed. It seems like, as you mentioned before, multiple people being able to say whatever they want on social media. What does that also to bring to the audience, that there's pure confusion, even in the meteorology world, of many people saying this, many people saying that. And what we can talk about it as scientists, but what is that? Thinking about the audience, who do they even know who to trust? And then even if you all had gotten it wrong, and then it becomes, okay, then you less trust AccuWeather, or you less trust whatever media you're following. So it kind of goes back to Twitter with the rules and regulations. Maybe there does need to be, a rule of, okay, how are we going to implement and post all of this? Anybody can post, but when is it too much? When is it, who's going to be the final say? And I think the audience that also adds to the audience for them being confused. So we're creating a bigger problem when we create all these posts and or multiple streams of, okay, I'm going to post this, I'm going to post weather. It gets confusing. And I think that we don't do a good job considering the audience and trying to find their trust with our scientific ideas. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot of like mental just pollution. So, but I don't have the answers.
Mental pollution.
It's a good term. I don't know if I ever heard that before. I like it. Mental pollution. I like it. The challenge is that all those points that you rightly raised, I think those are the impacts of them are accelerating here over time, and the introduction of AI and other things are not going to help that necessarily. So yeah, I don't have an answer to it, but I do think it goes back to the trusted sources. I do think people are going to tend to gravitate. They may be influenced, to your point, by other things that are there, but I do think at the end of the day, they're going to return to trusted sources for validation and for additional information. But when that's all happening fast, as you articulated clearly, it's not especially apparent how that's all going to work together.
Interesting.
Okay, thank you. I think we're at time, unless I'm mistaken. So thanks everyone for joining the panel and offering your insight. I thought this was a very constructive conversation. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, well, we're on break. And we have one last session with the partnerships.
Welcoming back to the next session on 1:15 Eastern Time or 17:15 UTC. Right?
Okay, there you go.
All right, everyone, this is our last session. Now, you might think that all of the sparks have flown already, and this is not anything except, us talking, but if we're going to build capacity, that's going to happen across institutions. And we're going to first start maybe with the United States and the partnerships that are in place and how they have increased capacity. So we're going to start first with talking about a program called NCAS. We have, and now it's called NCAS-M. We have the director of NCAS-M, and we have one who was also one of the schools participating in NCAS-M, and what is the benefits of that? And now I'm going to be very specific with them, and I'm going to say, if you think about this workshop in the context of extremes, how do you feel the capacity of NCAS-M is helping us, or haven't yet gotten there, helping us to deal with extremes? You think about prediction, you think about the tools people have, you think about the communication aspects. And so that's really what we want to talk about. We also have Lauren, I hope he's still here. He's at Jackson State. He's another NCAS-M. So we have a connector here. And Penn State was part of NCAS-M, but they're now working in another program with Penn State. So, Sin Chao.
Yes.
Maybe you can explain to our audience how NCAS-M works, how it connects institutions, and in particular, minority serving institutions, what benefits you've seen and capacity you've seen in addressing the larger issue of extremes.
Okay, thanks. It's good to be here. I just want to briefly talk about NCAS-M. So I think Dr. Jenkins mentioned that NCAS, you heard about NCAS and NCAS-M. And technically, right, we are at the NCAS-M2. Come on, again, long history. So long history in terms of we have been supported by NOAA Office of Education, especially under the Education Partnership Program, EPP, MSI, in the past 20 plus years. So the goal for NCAS-M, which is it's a collaborative science center. So the goal for this NCAS-M is to train especially underrepresented group of students from either MSI or HBCUs, with the goal to provide research and training, and then eventually walk them through all the requirement, the competency in understanding the organization, and eventually get hired by NOAA. I'm talking about like a NOAA National Weather Service, the NOAA or NSEP, other different line offices under NOAA. So this is actually the main goal of that. So just look back in terms of the capacity building. So as you can imagine that, maybe some of that you already know that the part of NKSM or heard about NKSM. For those international partners, international friends, this is sort of like at a homeland here in the United States, we have this particular venue providing, expanding or building the capacity of our future workforce or future scientists, or those kind of things. Again, with that in mind, we receive financial support from Office of Education, and then we provide, we recruit students, we pretty much recruit students that, he or she is qualified and so-called GS 1340, which is the curriculum requirement in terms of after that get hired by federal government. So we either recruit those students or we train the students to be eligible to be hired by NOAA. So that's one thing in terms of one of the arms that related to student recruitment. Now the second part of it is actually, once you recruit, I always say that this is not a fellowship or not a scholarship. This is just not like that. It's actually particularly in design from the day one after you graduate, in terms of how we want to see this individual work through all the necessary enrichment activities and then understand the mission and eventually become a federal employee. So that's actually what we do. In terms of through the training, again, depends on your bachelor degree, your master or PhD degree. So we basically support those students. We particularly heavy individual students to, besides the regular courses, we have monthly, at least twice or once in terms of the activities that we so-called core competency training. So individual students go through this core competency training that understand more about NOAA gradually. So that's part of the program design. And then another important piece of the thing is that we also have students to work at the NOAA line office, NOAA lab facility during the summertime, 12 weeks, for example. Actually, Maya just finished her NERTO at the Hurricane Research Division. Actually, one was at the National Hurricane Center, past 10 weeks. Yeah. So something like that. That's what I'm saying. This is sort of like not necessarily related to a regular scholarship or financial aid. That's not like that. We basically particularly design this way to train students. Now, among all these all good things, activities that along the line, we build up the capacity, strengthen ourselves in terms of the future workforce. Now, I want to touch on a little bit in terms of how Dr. Jenkins mentioned regarding how, a prediction aspect or extreme aspect or tools aspect. That's actually part of the activity in terms of our research arm, how we actually prepare our students, learn more things from NOAA office or lab. What they have, pretty much like keep them up to date in terms of what currently the operational aspect they need. So that's actually one thing. Now, of course, they learn all different kind of things that with the hope for, of course, once they finish the degree, they will be able to expand or to apply. Give you an example. We ran a workshop back in May, the first hurricane warning, 1 to 5 Hurricane 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 1 to HAPS model, which is the hurricane, UFS version of a hurricane model. That was the first one in US. We ran the workshop, and then using that as an example, you can see that we basically designed that just have students have that opportunity to see that, to use that, and be able to do things in terms of the tools, in terms of the understanding of prediction. Now, so those are the training activities that I want to kind of shorter version to talk about that. But of course, very important part of it is actually think about sustainability. As I mentioned in the beginning, we have been in this activity for past 20 years. How are we going to sustain? How are we going to maintain, or how we keep moving forward? This is actually critically important. Now, of course, the first thing first, actually, which is financial support. We have the leadership from NOAA. They see the needs. They invest a significant amount of financial to underrepresented group of minority service institutions. I can tell you, we have Penn, not Penn State, sorry. We have UMD, UMBC, Jackson, UPRM, San Jose, UTEP, Howard. So as you can see, and Albany as well. So we have all different variety of university, but majority of these partners, they are either MSI, particularly I shouldn't say MSI, but I want to say under the MSI umbrella is either HSI or the HBCU. So that's actually what particularly we are emphasizing on that. Now, take one step back, and I have mentioned the financial part, which is significantly providing these students. Again, not only from the diversity point of view, it's also from the long-term development point of view. How are we going to expand ourselves? How are we going to sustain ourselves? Training these students, and hopefully eventually they will get NOAA. So that's part of the sustainability. Now, talking about the partnership, I want to echo a little bit in terms of the partnership collaboration. Now, which is the title of this session. But very importantly, I want to say that if you think about a triangle, shape, you have partnership, you have collaboration, and there's one piece very important missing, which is the trust. So you have to have the partnership, you have collaboration, but you also need to have the trust of your partners, trust of your whatever the thing, in order to really make it work. So that's actually, based on my few years experience running the center, and realize that how importantly, besides the financial, you really make it work, you need to really to understand each other or trust each other to really, get things going that way. Now, of course, what I'm describing are all the positive side. Of course, internally, you have a lot of hurdle challenges, as you can imagine that different partners, different university. I think one can give you tons of examples. But that's basically that's the butter and bread. Thank you.
Can you explain real quick about the M part? What is this NCAS M?
So NCAS, NCAS M. So NCAS, which is stand for NOAA Cooperative Science Center in Atmospheric Science and Meteorology. So the M is the meteorology.
Oh,
yes.
Never knew that.
Yeah. One thing I want to say that, I think we talk about during this workshop is the social science aspect, how we really disseminate the information. We do a lot of research, but how the general public understand the social science aspect, particularly emphasize on that. At NKSM, we are very much emphasized on that part, social science, societal impact, or even decision making, how we actually blend in all those required understanding to each individual student goes through the program. So especially, this is critically important effort for our future generation or future workforce.
We also have Juan here, and he's from the University of Puerto Rico at Mayagüez, right? And just wanted to have him talk about this program and what kind of things happen from the student perspective?
Yeah, so for me, NCAS has been like this opportunity to expand my research skills. For instance, I work with Dr. Jury. He's a professor of meteorology professor at UPRM, and I worked with boundary layer variability on Western Puerto Rico. But besides of the research, one important part of NCAS is that they provide you with tools, with a lot of like workshops, professional development. Also, one interesting part is like this case of like research workshops that talks about topics such as wildfires events, hurricane events, and they also give you this perspective from the workforce side, such as the hurricane, the NOAA Corps, the weather centers, and it is very enlightening for students because sometimes as minorities we are a little I mean like blocked out of like all the opportunities, or we are not in mainland. That's the truth. So for example, in Puerto Rico, maybe we don't have accessibility, like the same accessibility as other students to those tools and those resources. So in that regard, NCAS has been very good to me, and I know my fellows in Puerto Rico share the same thought about NCAS. So I learned a lot, and the professional development is one key part. And as Dr. Chow says, they're really trying to see you grow into a scientist, and that's like the most valuable thing I can like take out of NCAS, like all the professional development and also the ability to learn more about NOAA careers and how we can navigate through them.
Did you work at a NOAA center or do any?
Yes. So apart from the research, I also during the summer I was in the National Hurricane Center. I was working with hurricane specialists. One of them gave us a talk yesterday. It was Lisa Bocci. And we work on synthetic aperture radar wind structure analysis, tropical cyclones, and it was a great experience. I'm really into tropical cyclones. That's like my research interest is mostly about. And as you can expect, I'm from Puerto Rico, so I have several examples from that. But the best part of that like research experience was to also being able to have the ability to see all how it works in the hurricane specialist unit, how they organize themselves like for hurricanes or tropical cyclones, those coordination calls and all that process. And as of now, I see myself doing that, and I'm very happy that I have that opportunity. And it was also thanks to NCAS because they helped me with like being able to travel there and accommodation, and that's one kind of like the opportunities that has NCAS for students. And I am very like looking forward to other students such as Timothy, that she's a third-year student or other student in Maya West to have that opportunity to not only in the university like have that research experience, but also during the summer at NOAA Center.
Okay.
You need to mention the anxiety to waiting for the
Oh, yeah. Okay.
that.
Okay, I didn't want to mention that, but yeah. Yeah.
You will get your money eventually.
Yeah, it was a very stressful moment. But I'm trying like to bring like all the good things that I take out from it. And I know it's not like NCAS program, it's also things that NCAS program doesn't have to do like
Right.
all other departments. So it really is not a thing to like, it is a thing to like improve, I guess, like that you might want to improve for Puerto Rican students, but it's not a reason that I can like say other students like, oh, don't do NCAS. Like I know you are working to improve that or to fix those issues, and even if I have I pass through them, I don't want others to lose that opportunity. So yeah, it was a stressful, but at the same time, I don't want to like only think about that, but also think of all I had from NCAS.
Lauren, are you on? Lauren White? I don't know if he's on, but he's also an NCAS member from Jackson State University. Maybe he's not in there right now. Question, tell me some of the alum of NCAS or NCAS M that you can name from some of the institutions.
Yeah, sure. Of course, the few of them from Howard, the name to me is.
Okay, but remember, your audience don't know these folks.
Yeah, so in the past 2 decades, we graduate quite a few students. Now they are not only at the operational aspect in terms of the national service, but we also have really have our graduates. They end up like in the administrative level. For example, the National Severe Weather NSSL. Yesterday, Patrick talked about that things they do. Danae, which is the director of NSSL, and then he was graduate from Howard from NCAS. Yeah, NCAS. We previously also have quite a few. Jimmy Sims, but retired from NOAA as well, and then there's several really at the level really can make the difference, see the impact in terms of how we see ourselves, looking back, we train these students, and now to this point, we finally have somebody or someone from this underrepresented group that at the leadership level, and I expect this is going to happen even more down the road. It's not just like that. So with that kind of thinking in mind, and with that kind of goal in mind, why we actually keep us going, actually put that way, keep us moving forward. The thing we do, the time we do invest, the tedious things, try to get students get paid. Those things we invest is really to the point. That's the outcome. That is the outcome. Really in the country level, really in the government level, that can really make a difference. Also, we have quite a few actual students graduate from Jackson. They are at the National Weather Service. Even at the NOAA, Zhang Moore, he's a policy. I forgot the title, but he's at the NOAA Hoover building. I just saw him last week from Jackson, and we have quite a few also from UPIM, the National Weather Service as well. So, to name a few, we have quite a few in the different office, line office.
And some, so they went through this program, they got the funding, the resources, but you have students like Michelle Hawkins, who worked at the White House. You have Jaitza, who's now at a high
Yes.
level in NASA.
Yes.
You have professors at the University of Wisconsin, Myra, and you have, what were you just asking? I was just asking about where is she at? University, she was part of NCAS-M. And Kelly.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Kelly
Kelly.
Nunes.
Kelly
Ocasio?
Nunes. Yeah, Kelly
Yeah.
Nunes.
Was Dr. Christine?
No, he didn't.
Kelly Nunes Ocasio?
Yeah.
She
said
went to
NCAS, right?
Madison.
Yeah, she just moved in.
No, wait, no.
No,
No.
Kelly studied in Penn State. Kelly studied
Yeah.
graduate student in Penn State.
But then she was,
NCAR postdoc for a few
Yeah,
years.
now
and
she's-
she got a new job.
Yeah.
where's the job at again?
Then Texas A&M.
Texas
Yes,
A&M.
yes, ma'am.
So you have this program that has made a national impact. Not seriously in NOAA, you have many people who are now like mid to high level managers, and they're making decisions, or so they're making decisions, and all this came out of this program that Howard had. And I think it's a good model for institutions everywhere else, including Africa, to think about how you could make a program that could serve the nation and also help in these kind of extreme events. There's someone from Jackson State. Ramata, can you talk about JSU? Or Lauren, either one? Dr. Reddy, can you hear us? And also it says that Lauren can't speak because of Nikita. Can he speak?
Yeah, they are both co-hosts now, so they should be able to unmute.
Can anyone from Jackson State talk about this program, the impact of NCAS at your university? Okay, it's quiet. So
Okay.
go ahead.
I didn't realize that I had the earbuds in and didn't know why there was no sound. So I've missed the discussion the last few minutes. I guess
NCAS and
right
through the impact of NCAS at Howard, and we wanted to find out about Jackson State.
I think, it's been over 20 years, so it's a long time frame. A lot of people involved and partners and so forth. I think the two main parts of impact, one is, and I guess no particular order here. One is that it's been a springboard in terms of developing research collaborations and funding from other sources. So as a seed funding and as a stable source over a long period of time to give us capability to develop that. Secondarily, for the students that have been involved, it's given them the opportunities to explore where they may want to go in this field. Some of those that's been into research, some of them into operations in NOAA, and some of them other places. But they've got a lot more exposure to that through NCAS. Again, that's in a lot of different directions. Some of that was ones that were interning with INSEP and so forth. Others that have been exposed more in terms of the opportunities in the social science directions within NOAA now that were not nearly as apparent several years ago as they are now. So all of that is much more visible to them, I think, than it might be if we didn't have those connections and those collaborations.
Do you have any famous graduates?
Of course. I'll end up leaving somebody out though and looking bad. How famous is famous?
Well, Well, famous in the sense.
The ones who have gone on and gotten PhDs include Derica Carroll Smith, who's now at NCAR, and as well as an adjunct with JSU now. Ashton Robinson Cook, who was at Storm Prediction Center in NSSL and is now with NOAA in Washington. Some of them, of course, were not always entirely through the NCAS program. So there are those that are before or through other programs as well.
Do you have any line offices or NWS line offices or other, you said Ashton, but any folks that are just like out there predicting or working as a result of being an NCAS?
There are several that are at WFOs. Yes. I think the most recent one that we had is Nick Price, who's down at the Corpus Christi WFO now, graduated a couple years ago.
All right. That's the power of this kind of center. I don't know about your other 6 or 7 institutions, how it's helping to promote first more capacity in the field.
Right. So yeah, it's designed in a way that we different partners, from the MSI or to the PWI, it's the way try to help each other to, not only the increase in the student numbers, but also that just strengthen our capacity in terms of the training. So a lot of times that students need different kind of resources that we can tap into different other universities, like Penn State, for example, it was the one example. So that definitely help a lot as well.
Last thing about NCAS before we talk about this other new cooperative event. NCAS, do you foresee of any students working on some of the new items like Warner and forecast systems?
Yeah, it was funny how when Patrick presenting yesterday, I was like texting the name. This is the Warner and forecast systems. That's the trademark of the NSSL right now. I was actually asking him in terms of the O2R, how you do every 15 minutes data explanation and then such things. Definitely, let me see. Do we have a student? Last year we did have a student. Okay, put this way. Yeah, we do have one student graduate from NCAS. So she is doing PhD at Oklahoma right now, which is that. Yeah. And last year I think we did have students doing intern at NSSL, I believe. So, a lot of conversation ongoing in terms of how we can set up. And then, by the way, NSSL support a postdoc currently at NSM as well. Working on the multi-radar, multi-sensor machine learning approach to do the forecast nowcasting, that kind of a precipitation product. So again, as you can imagine, that conversation is ongoing, and then we just trying to, I just mentioned in this morning's meeting, another meeting, we're constantly recruiting students to really engage them in different opportunities. So that's the ongoing thing.
Okay, that's great. Well, Yunji, can you come up and sit in the front row with Sen? Sen stays there. And Juan, if you want to stay there, you can stay there too.
I'll just
So can you guys next talk about the data assimilation partnerships that's been developed recently?
Yeah, the reason for NOAA to realize that is because it has been experiencing a shortage of workforce that is able to contribute to its data assimilation development in the past 5 to 10 years. And they basically realized that it's because they are not investigating input enough into the education components in terms of future workforce training, especially in the data assimilation community. because this particular field is typically considered as a relatively difficult start for the graduate student, because you typically need at least 1 year or so to actually really see something start from learning the data simulation systems, becoming an expert, maybe 1, 2, or 3 years, because there are a lot of components that needs to be investigated. And this time frame is longer than a typical grant period of 2 to 3 years that most of the NOAA awards is. So they realize that we need to invest additional monies to build up these educational components into their, basically building their future workforce in data simulation applications. So they have a call to construct a data simulation consortium, and luckily a group including Stan Chow and me and other folks from Oklahoma, from University of Utah, and Maryland, Penn State, and Colorado State, and Albany. Our proposal of the consortium got funded, so this is a whole 6 to 7 million funding, six something million funding opportunity in the next 3 years. And the goal is to recruit graduate students to advance the research and RTO transform of some of the data simulation components. And in addition to that, also advance and expand the education outreach of data simulation education and knowledge, basically.
So I want to add on that actually. So again, it's much appreciated in terms of the vision and then financial support in terms of the data simulation consortium. Now, I've been in this, not this business, I've been in faculty teaching modeling class for the past 20-something years. The reality is that we have gradually, more and more students are graduate students choosing to do data analysis, data collection, or instrumentation, and less and less actually wanted to sit in front of a computer, like a 26-hour day, that kind. So that is actually the challenging issue. So that's why we see a decreasing of the workforce in that regard. But again, as we say, this is sort of like a, better than nothing. We should do it at this point, pick up whatever we need to. So with the support, I expect down the road in the next 3 years, even more, probably more than beyond 3 years, we'll be able to kind of ramp up some certain training numbers of students be able to do data simulation.
Can I ask you a question about the infrastructure part of the grant? What infrastructure are you guys building across that whole group? I mean, is there new infrastructure, or is it building on existing infrastructure? Now, I'm saying physical infrastructure, like computers, supercomputers, or whatever it is.
I don't think 6 million is able to build any new supercomputers, actually.
Right.
And this consortium is actually more like the traditional research fundings that we typically have from NOAA, NASA, NSSL, things like that. But there is a notable part of this funding is devoted to doing education outreach, including making our own, not exactly our own, but basically coordinate and collect the data simulation courses from different institutes and make them available to the general public or the larger groups of students that are interested in this, and also hosting workshops and short courses to facilitate the training and basically getting more students to know what data simulation is and how they can be used and what the benefits of doing these kind of things. But in addition to a traditional research funding that you might be doing some outreach, but not like this new one, that a considerable portion of the money is going to be put into these components.
Yeah, I think on top of it, in terms of Jerry mentioned the soft side of the infrastructure, but on the hardware side of the structure, of course, we're not going to reinvent the wheel anyway. So as you can imagine that this is very much mission-oriented data assimilation task which related to NOAA. So right now, whatever we do is actually build things up on NOAA high-performance computing facility. So that is save a lot of time and energy in terms of investing on that part. And then it's also much more consistent at the end. Once we have a delivery, then we'll be able to, again, back to the R2O concept, then it will be much easier to do that.
So let's take a school like Howard or Jackson State, even though they're not in consortium. The point is they don't necessarily have the courseworks that you need to teach students. Is that going to be built in this? I mean, are you guys going to build out a class where you could actually disseminate, it can be disseminated at other places?
Yes, building a course which is and make it public is one of the discussions, one of the core discussions that the consortium has been discussing a lot of times, even at the beginning of just discussing whether or not we need to submit a proposal to this solicitation. And the goal is we have several universities in this consortium, including Colorado State, Penn State, and Maryland, has their own data simulation courses. And we plan to, in the future, we plan to integrate all these courses and form into a consistent online course that will be made available to the public so that all the students, no matter where you are, whether it's Jackson State or other places or anywhere, you can just looking at these courses and learn data simulation by yourself.
Wow.
Really? Is that right?
Well, that's my plan, at least.
Will our colleagues in Africa be able to access this, or is it just close to your university?
No, I think what just on the top of it, again, the idea is that the medium term and long term goal for that in terms of the training, again, just like Jerry mentioned that, I think eventually we will have some sort of like online material that for everybody to be able to learn or to pick up something from that. In the short range of the things that we are planning, for example, you mentioned that for like a Howard or Jackson or others may not necessarily have data assimilation courses, but luckily enough that we are so close to UMD or not too far from Penn State, whenever they offer classes in particular semester, that we will be able to send students to take those courses at UMD, which, for example, my next semester will take a data assimilation at UMD. So that's much easier for us to do. But again, the long-term goal, if we can end up making it as online material, again, colleagues from Africa that definitely be able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, that would be really important. Or University of Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Likewise, or a lot of places. I think that's data simulation is the pathway forward.
Right.
In many cases for different reasons, but the point is the pathway forward and worth pursuing in long term, because 10 years from now, you guys might have created a whole new community of researchers that would not have otherwise been doing it. Yeah.
I think one of the challenges that we have, again, partly in these small field specialized courses like this that we see a need for, is that when we can package materials like that, we don't have a good way to put it in a form that students can get credit for. Whether that's when you're close to universities like within Maryland, there may be more working relationships. But even across the United States, it's much more difficult if you want to put that in a form that another university student wants to transfer in and use that towards their degree. Not to mention if you're trying to have any kind of credit for that for somebody who's in Africa or wherever else, and some way to give, whether that's formal credit towards their career or towards a degree, some way to make that more than just personal information. Some people need that.
Yeah, I can imagine you could create some kind of certificate if we're going through this course without too much difficulty. That doesn't actually have to be, if you want it to be all aligned with some academic standards, blah, 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 you could. But I think just the fact that a student could go through it online and maybe receive a certificate would be good. It's harder it seems harder if you're trying to get credit, like university credit for it, because then you got some other things you have to deal with respect to that school. But yeah, but given the need overall for the country and the need where places don't have capacity, it would seem like to take the certificate route would be sufficient.
Yeah, I think that's part definitely doable. I think you can mention that we are working with the UK, right? UK.
Yes, the UK Met Office and University of Reading. There is transatlantic collaborations between NOAA and UK Met Office, basically to have people's communicating and visiting each other to enhance the communications and collaborations, basically. And the new consortium is also part of this collaboration between United States and United Kingdom.
So the first activity that is planned with your collaboration is something with student exchange, or no? What are the first steps that you are planning in this collaboration? For example, how will Penn State and Howard, what are some of the first activities?
Yeah, so I can touch on that. So again, when we plan for this consortium, that we already identify certain topics that we're going to work with. For example, using Howard and Penn State example, we actually have two subtopics that a student from Howard that we co-devised by faculty from Penn State. You know, so that's what the purpose I'm coming here for the meeting. I was in Xinjiang's office. So I was talking to them about how the arrangement, you know, students identify the student and postdoc. To give you an example, I'm planning to send a postdoc here for probably 2 weeks, just to learn that the data, the uncommon filter, that data streaming product. So, you know, that kind of thing is actually, we plan, and we're going to have a monthly meeting, updating the results, such like that, you know. So very positive. I see that.
Okay. Good. I think we're doing okay on time. I wanted to ask you guys another question. I'm not sure, well, none of the Met Service folks are on, but one of the issues is about computing. I'm really thinking about, like, how do we help our partners? So, for example, ASEDA has MOU with the Met Service in Cape Verde, or the Center for Atmospheric Research in Nigeria. Like, is there something that we can do to build the capacity, both technical? I mean, everyone's talking about WRF and bandwidth. Like, is there things that we can do you think, to help those operational forecasting offices? And furthermore, around the student research, is there opportunities for students to do research in some of these areas where they're needed, like extreme rainfall?
I have two ideas came to me during the past 3 days in regard to bandwidth and computational resources. So of course, several talks mentioned the capability of cloud resources. And that is probably one way we can move forward without building an actual high performance computing center in Africa, but rather use the money in well, for example, if you want to do a high performance computer center, you need to invest a lot of money at the beginning, but we can, at the same time, we can just spend the same amount of money during a much longer period of time by using the cloud computing platforms that can still do the same amount of job, but we do not need to have the large influx of initial monies at the beginning stage. So I think that could be something we can consider or evaluate or potentially explore in the future in terms of how capable or how applicable is that in solving some of the problems we're facing with regard to bandwidth and computing resources. And the other one is, of course, the new AI weather forecasting models, which can do what traditional weather forecasting models can do, but in a much faster way. Sometimes they can be a little bit worse than what the traditional ones did, but I think in general, the most advanced ones are more or less compatible or even slightly better than what the best global model can do. And you may know that ECMWF have already implemented their operational AI weather forecasting models now, and it actually performs slightly better than their dynamical models. And these AI models are much faster in computational speed. So this is also something that we probably do not really need that large numbers of computing resources that can help us at least do the same quality of forecasts in the future without, again, the influx of large amount of money to build a high performance computing center.
Is there anybody that you know that have hydrologic models that we could have some kind of testing going on? I'm going to reach out to River Forecasting Office, but have some testing going on for example, Nigeria or Madagascar or Mozambique.
I know a few professors in the civil engineering department doing hydrological studies and data simulation, but I'm not sure if they actually do anything for Africa.
Yeah.
So there's a, again, depends on the capacity running the hydrological model. Just a simple version of that. When I work with the Bay Area Water District, they have a simple hydraulic model. We provide a station rainfall. They just to drive the model and then to see the prediction of the reservoir level. That simple version can work running on your PC, even on your PC. So, it really depends on just like Jerry was mentioning that, to what degree that we want to reach the full capacity, or we want to make sure we have something going on much solid foundation that way. Again, that related to your financial, to go in cloud, which is will be the future. I don't see, unless like a big university like Penn State can maintain that HPC. Otherwise, it's already a sinkhole for a lot of money going to maintain or keep the thing running in the future. So in the future, going to cloud, which is definitely the way to go. I shouldn't say definitely. It's actually one of the way to go. But as you can see from Patrick presentation yesterday, 1,000 a day to run a whole day of things at AWS, that is actually, some kind of significant amount to even to university. We want to come out with 1,000 a day to run something on cloud. How many days we can burn like that? So, even talk about colleagues in Africa, that's actually, something to consider, how a feasible approach to get things going first, get something out of it first, and then, medium term and long term, we could reach to that level.
And maybe that level isn't what's needed. Maybe they don't need $1,000 a day. Maybe
you don't need that.
Yeah.
Because WOFS is a 36-member ensemble forecast, and they do that every hour and cycling and do forecast every hour.
Yeah.
And if you just, if we don't really need that much of that high level of accuracy, and we don't want that really fancy techniques, and we just try to do at least the minimum of data simulation using maybe 3D VAR, although it's old, but it's computationally much cheaper. We only need 1 instead of 36. Then we can just divide 1,000 by 36 and come up with what we need to spend on a day if we're just using one forecast.
Yeah.
There will be uncertainty, but that's better than nothing.
Yeah.
But I think one thing, even in the current stage that colleagues in Africa should take advantage is that the global forecast system, which is the FV3 based model, how you're going to manipulate the data that for your own purpose, that's something there already. So you could use that. Again, down the road, once the MPAS, become one of the core of the UFS, the GFS part of the system, the adaptive grid that even could possibly make it some regional high resolution, depends on how you're going to do it.
Well, there is some upcoming proposals that we should consider pursuing with our colleagues in Africa, and really more as pilots. And I say that, and not just our colleagues in Africa. We need to do this with our colleagues at the MSIs and HBCUs. Like, we don't need to do, kind of a stepwise thing. I feel like we could do a network-wide piece, right? And that would involve maybe some workshops, but also designing some experiments and getting people engaged in the cloud computing side. They say, okay, this is how we just do it. This is how you get started, right? So part of it is initiate something small scale, test it, build your capacity to do it, just to be able to do it, but then build your network of people at the same time, so you're also doing it. Mm-hmm. And we need to think about some case studies, right? So when we think about the US, when we think about Africa, when we think about Puerto Rico, you start thinking about, well, what's the common themes there? It's floods, tropical cyclones, right? Yeah. So we can always design experiments around some of those topics, case studies, and really test our cloud platform to just do some short-term forecasts to see what's happening here. Maybe we'll have to use some of NWS expertise to help us along the way, but I feel like we don't have a reason not to put our foot on the gas, right?
Yeah, no, that's not, you ran out of the gas, you put on
you put your foot on the gas.
Professor Greg.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
This is Eniola Olaniyan from Nigeria. I am using my wife's Olumide Olaniyan for this.
Okay.
Hi. I have been a research scientist in meteorology. I'm the head of the numerical weather prediction in Nigeria Meteorological Agency, which I have been doing for over 10 years now, since 14 years. We started simulating limited area model from HRM in Germany and to now ICON. And we have faced lots of challenges in this format. We find out that most of the international centers, if I may say, really just want Africans to be access of maps. It's just that we have done it for you. You don't need to use your brain. Just go to my website and access my maps that I've given you. But if you want to establish me or give me food, don't give me fish. Teach me how to fish. That is the most important, and that is what the DWD started in Germany, sometimes in 2007, and it has been sustained up till now. That enables people to be able to manipulate data, to be able to manipulate binary data. What is it about that binary data that is important for scientists in Africa to know how to do? Most Africans here don't know how to use these data, especially in the operational centers. So before you understand the dynamics and the complexity in models, you should be able to, on your own, manipulate, access these complex and huge data. And also, institutions abroad should be able to identify, do more work to identify who do you work with, who are in the front line of modern scientific research in climate science, and enable them to have much more access. Like, for instance, in NIMET, we have resources deficiencies. People abroad can help us build these resources. I heard that we want to run this model faster. We want to do nudging. We want to do data assimilation to better the focus that we do. How do we find help? How can the institution who advance help the little that we are doing in order for us to better our understanding and to be part of a development of climate science, not just to be end user or the dump ground for climate products. I may want to stop here now.
And I think you're right, because you want to build capacity so that it can enable other people. So, enable other people in your institution, enable other people in the country or in the surrounding countries. And you have to build that, right? And I think we are the same when we talk about Howard or Jackson State or maybe some other places where you don't have the infrastructure to put in a supercomputer. And maybe this is the fast way, like Africa did with cell phones. They skipped over all the house phones and wires building everywhere. Maybe we have to think more creatively about this. Muratala, you had the question. Nikita, I think his hand is raised, but I can't tell.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, Muratala, you had a comment, question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Greg. I think I quite agree with what Olumide is saying. And I think I find it very interesting, the narratives that you guys are trying to push, to look at it from the standpoint of the key challenges that we have been that have been narrated yesterday and the day before yesterday, and to look at it holistically. While we're looking at this holistic issue, the issue of sustainability must come to the forefront of whatever we want to look at. Yesterday, you heard that the challenge is that even when we have the scientists, people like Olumide that are at the front line, the kind of payment system and the kind of inflation within the country might actually push them out of the country. And perhaps that might create a kind of a vacuum that we are developing scientists, but these scientists are actually going elsewhere to serve some other purposes. So rather than looking at the arithmetic kind of progression of production system, we need to look at it in geometric kind of progression, so that the ratio of those that are leaving the continent versus the ratio of those that are serving the continent can be balanced. And I think all kind of thinking, system thinking, need to go into this to look at it in a holistic manner. Thank you most sincerely.
Actually, Semilada talked, Murtala.
We have this challenge across, even in the US, we have a challenge of people leaving the field for more lucrative. So it's not the same like you're leaving the country, but you might leave the discipline to go into data science, for example, or some other part. But this is really, when you start thinking about, so from US side, when you start thinking about the impacts in communities of color, and you don't have people working in the weather service, or they're not part of the thinking to design tools to help protect those populations, or even to communicate with them, you know you have a problem. And I think it's well known that we have to increase the capacity, and we have to hold people in the discipline. It's super challenging in Africa because of the larger problems, right? And that one, everybody's scratching their head on. But I really like the fact yesterday that Olumide said that, like, she's still in it because, like, it's in her heart. It's like, it's there. Or for Riyadh, who's like, if I don't do this, I will die. You know, when you hear that, you hear commitment, right? And we have to bring that, I truly believe this, to our young people. Quite often we don't engage them the right way. We engage them in a kind of, well, go off and do that thing, then you'll be ready later to do this thing. Sometimes we just have to say, stand next to me and let's go forward. Let's figure it out, and not later. And I feel Africa youth is totally knocked out of the game to a large extent. But if I look in Black communities and brown communities in the US, they're also knocked out of the game. And other people are doing stuff. They're told like, oh, somebody else have it. Oh, they got that. We have to change this narrative to, we got that, where the we includes them even in the present, in the moment. But I think we have to put the systems in place for that to happen, which is where we say old heads and old G's can do that part. They know how to do it. Yeah. Right, Sim?
Yes.
You're an old G. and so is Maratala. He's an old G, but not old as in age. And just like he knows what to do. So, I mean, I think we're near the end, but we have to think about the next step. Oh, Lauren's also OG.
Whatever. I was just thinking about this actually a little bit over the break, in terms of valuing our people within the field and celebrating them. Yes, we have a movie that came out recently that elevates severe storms as an exciting thing to do. And last time we had one of these 30 years ago, whatever it was, it brought a lot of new people into the field. But, you know, looking at what we say the mission of the National Weather Service is to protect life and property. If we think in terms of that narrative, so many people within minority communities want their children to become doctors. Why? Partly to make money, but also because that they're saving lives. And they don't realize that by going into meteorology or even geoscience in general, that's an opportunity to save lives as well for their community. And I think if we could put a value on that of how many lives are saved per the few number of people in this field, we would see that there's a much greater value there than what our society realizes. And that's even more so the case in other countries around the world, I think.
That's a great comment. Very good comment. We need to make some kind of film or some way of showing this. And I think bringing value, as he said. Well, I guess we can close this out. I don't know if the dean is still here or if he's in his last meeting, because I told him 2:45, but he's here.
Yeah, I'm actually here. I've been trying to tune in for the last few minutes. So yeah, I'm happy to close things out if you want me to, Greg.
Yeah, right. We'd appreciate that.
Yeah, sure. Well, thanks everybody. I thought given the hybrid nature of the meeting, it might be best for me just to do this by Zoom, although I'm just a couple blocks away from where you are right now. It's a great day out here in State College. I'm Lee Kump. I'm the Dean of the College of Earth and Mineral Sciences, which is the college that has the Department of Meteorology and Atmospheric Science, and is also the chief host of ACEDA. It's where Greg works and operates out from. So really happy to be brought in and to hear a little bit about this workshop. First of all, might want to, since we're closing things out, thank the folks at ACEDA, faculty and staff at ACEDA, and the Huck Institute for funding this. And I think maybe we can all give Greg a round of applause for the work he's doing for ACEDA, for the broader community, and for this workshop. Let's give him a round of applause.
And you,
Greg, that's all you wanted me to say, right?
No, that's not funny. You even have to say that.
Okay. No, I'm just pulling his leg. We've known each other a long time. Anyway, so some of you may not know about our college. We have 5 departments: meteorology and atmospheric science, geosciences department's probably the most relevant to this, but we also have a geography department that has a strong physical and social science component to its work. We have 2 engineering-oriented departments. One is the energy and mineral engineering department, and we have some representation in ACEDA from that department as well, and also materials science and engineering. So it's an odd mix of departments and disciplines, but it was purposefully structured this way, originally in support of the extractive industries, mining and energy-related industries, and that work continues. But we really are focused on working at the interfaces of our disciplines to solve important problems around energy, environmental change, climate change, natural hazards, risk, and also materials for solutions for all these problems. So just wanted to make sure you understood a little bit about our college, really into fostering interdisciplinary collaborations, and that it means across Penn State, but also with partners across the nation and the world. So the work of ACEDA and bringing together people like this is really central to our mission. Really been excited about ACEDA's work and the growing partnerships with African institutions in particular. And we've had a lot of additions to our faculty, and some of those have come from African institutions where they're not severing their ties, but leveraging those connections to expand our work in partnership with institutions on the continent. Also really glad to have partnerships that have been fomented through this work through ACEDA in the U.S. and in particular with minority serving institutions, HBCUs. So welcome to all of our partners from across the world here. I've haven't been able to participate, which I could have over the last few days here, last 3 days. But just know that the work that you're discussing here is really central to our mission in the College of Earth Mineral Sciences, and our strategic plans going forward. And by that, then it's central to the focus, mission, and plans for Penn State University. And I know I speak for our president and provost in that regard. Really sense that you're making good progress here. just starting to discuss some next steps here to grow this collaboration and advance climate change communication, weather risk and weather predictions capacity in Africa, and very, and I understand that sentiment about the way that has to develop, and I think ASETA leadership understands that as well, and we're committed to it. So please just know that you've got strong support here for the work at Penn State. Look forward to hearing from Greg, as I always do, about needs and how I might facilitate that. So again, I hope you enjoyed last few days. And I look forward to hearing from the group going forward as to how we can keep the momentum going. So I think that's it, Greg, but happy to answer questions or participate in any further discussion.
Well, thank you, Dean. And one of the things that came up was like this question of like, how do we help in terms of partnerships and exchanges? And that's going to take some thought, but it does seem to me, for example, that the work that Yunji and Sinchao from Howard are doing has some spinoffs in terms of, maybe you heard the end of it, of them developing expertise in data assimilation, which is really a need of the country. But in terms of Africa, it's like a top priority because we don't have like sounding stations. So the forecast can't be really improved without data assimilation of satellite products, which will ultimately save people's lives. So we were thinking about, when they were talking about it, and we're thinking about, oh, how do we spin this off to some of the partners? And you missed a lot of it, but in terms of just the capacity is just very low. The number of radars and on the ground are very low. There's some upcoming products, but folks like Jerry Zhang here have really, and Sinchao, and maybe when Maya comes here from Howard, we can build something. I feel we have a way of pushing forward. And so I hope that we can sit down with you at some point and really talk about how we could build this out with the help of the college. And having the ASETA arm, but also really thinking about the bigger picture of making some of the tools accessible and things that are going to develop to many people.
Yeah. Well, right. So there are tools and some of those can be exportable. I'm thinking about the modeling and data assimilation tools, but then there's the instrumentation as well. But the need is so great and the opportunity there that we can go at. I think it's a great target for support, especially from foundations. And so, I'm not trying to kick the ball down the down the field toward other funding sources. But I just feel like it's such a great opportunity here, and I'd be happy to engage with potential funders for this kind of thing, establishing networks, for example, radars and other instrumentations across the continent. It would seem to me that we could make a really compelling case based on what I understand, a little bit of what I've heard today and what I've been learning from Greg. So, happy to strategize around that. There's seed funding opportunities. There's, of course, the agencies. We have some agency representation here, I think, but funding is tight. So maybe it's my mindset today because just had a discussion about an upcoming workshop and how it might possibly be funded, and just with one email to a particular foundation friend have raised $10,000 with a single email for that. I think there's a hunger in science philanthropy and philanthropy in general to do some really impactful work. So the extent to which I can help tap into some of those networks as well, happy to try.
Thank you, Dean, for closing the meeting out, and we look forward to more fruitful conversation. I'll definitely keep you informed on how things are going forward, and we'll see where all this leads, but we know it's going to lead to action. So
Okay.
we didn't call it a conference, we called it a workshop because it means we have more work to do.
Yeah. No, that's good. And I'll be there to support you.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, take care, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.